What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit.
And then and it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout push.
Dirty Harrison! Van
Sit it over the top, just like that. As Ham fires in a ton plus finish. Look at this. Lee Evans. What a way this would be to start the week. Steve Beaton.
Steve Beaton.
From Jensen Walker, 102. Both of these players sharing ton plus checkouts. The bullet will be double seven. And his form is back on the outer ring. Week 11 is living up to the hype. It's moving day in Group A here at the Modus Super Series. Good morning, welcome along here on Pluto TV. It is moving day here on the second day of Group A. Scott Mitchell once again alongside me, and we said yesterday, Scott, this week is stacked and it's so far living up to the hype.
Yeah, I mean, Group A really is stacked, and there's a few names that maybe people won't know, but we saw yesterday how capable they are, and yeah, it was a good day yesterday.
It was. I mean, the table doesn't tell the whole tale because, look, Steve Beaton, top of the charts there with only one defeat. He was sensational with some fantastic ton plus checkouts. But look, right at the bottom, Johnny Barnes, no points, no wins, but his average stacks up.
His average is third or fourth of the group. He just was in the unfortunate position where everybody did something special to him yesterday. I think all the other contenders. So, yeah, I felt really, really sorry for Johnny yesterday because I think if he'd have been any other group and any other week, he's got 3 or 4 wins yesterday.
Oh, for sure. Yuran Vandervelde was the early pace setter in the group with 3 wins out of 3. Some really good, solid finishing. Not that spectacular, but as we saw on Saturday night with Richie McKee, the doubling is pivotal.
Yeah, it's not about being spectacular. It's about getting that one dart at the end of a game and believing that you can hit it every time. And he seems to have that in his repertoire. It's one of those things. He's another young man who is wise beyond his years.
Absolutely. Let's just take a look at how the odds compilers see Group A so far. Now, Steve Beaton was 4-1 for the week yesterday. He's 13-8 now to win Group A. Jensen Walker, the defending champion there, who started slowly, but really finished arguably the strongest. But there's still some value to be had there.
I think Lee Evans is a value because his average yesterday was right there with Steve Beaton, who's at the top. But unfortunately, his doubling was not. He kind of got his prep wrong yesterday, the travel in, he got here late. It just everything wasn't in sync for Lee and how Lee would have it. Today it probably will be. And he sat 4th in the table. I think he could be the big mover today.
A crucial game yesterday was Steve Beaton against Yuran Vandervelde, which actually starts the card for us today. Beaton got that win. Just how crucial could that become Wednesday afternoon?
I think it could be really crucial, particularly if he can repeat it first game again today. And then that'll give him a 2-point gap on the rest of the field, and he'll be starting to open it up. But Steve was just quality yesterday, highest average yesterday. His doubling stats were just shy of 40%. He does everything it says on the tin. He is just one of those players. He stays at that level, and if you're going to beat him, you've got to step up. You've got to step your levels up to get him. And if he continues to do that today, it's going to be very difficult for him to not be top at the end of the day.
Yeah, it really was vintage bronze Adonis. at times yesterday. Now, he bookended the card yesterday and he's going to do the same today. This time he's going to take on Vandervelde, and this morning I caught up with Yuran. Yuran Vandervelde, very nice to see you. How did yesterday go for you?
I think my start was good. 3 out of 3 the first 3 games, so that was good. Unfortunately, the last 2 games I couldn't make it, but yeah, today's a new day.
How do you go about preparing for a day like today or a group like this? Do you go home and practice last night, or do you just stay fresh, ready for the morning?
No, just stay fresh in the apartment with my girlfriend. We played some games, and yeah, that was good.
What do you think of the place? It's your Modus Super Series debut.
Yeah.
It's, how have you found the experience so far?
I like it on a stage like this, to play on a stage like this, and I think it's a good experience.
And what would it mean to you to make finals night on your first appearance here?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that it's still far away. It's the second day today, but yeah, if I can make it to the Saturday, yeah, that means a lot for me. Of course, yeah.
You play Steve Beaton first. What's it like to play a legend of the game like Steve?
I played Steve now twice. Yesterday for the second time, and yeah, it's always a pleasure to play against a legend, and he still can play that. So yeah, that's awesome.
Thank you for joining me. Wish you well.
Yeah, cheers, mate.
Moving day about to get underway then, here in the Modus Live Lounge in Portsmouth. On the stage, same as how we started things yesterday, 2 generational talents. Steve Beaton played some sumptuous stuff yesterday. He takes on former World Youth finalist Yuran Vandervelde, still just 22 years of age. Steve Beaton, 61. Where has that time gone? Scott Mitchell, this was a crucial game last on yesterday. It could be another crucial start to the day today.
Yeah, it was a big game to end the day yesterday, and there's our ever-present referee, Owen Binks.
First leg, it's Yuran to throw first. Game on.
No days off, Binks. Signals the start of day 2, and we are underway.
140.
Yeah, Binks is one of those people that if you give him days off, he gets into mischief. So you've got to keep him here under wraps.
100.
We're saving him from him. That's what we're doing here at the Super Series. Saving Binksy from himself.
96.
Both players not wasting any time.
Obviously, the difference with this one is that Beaton had the darts yesterday, didn't he? In that last game and sort of got a 4-2 win. We were discussing last week about when games go 3-2 and you're the one throwing second and you're trying to hold your throw on that 6th leg. It's a very difficult hole to throw the 6th leg to go 3-3.
Yeah,
you really do have to blow it out of the water. You tend to not scrape through that 6th leg when you're playing somebody that's 3-2 up on you, because their mojo is up. Their sort of tempo is up and their confidence is up. So they believe they're going to get that leg off you. So it's always a very difficult one to win. And Steve yesterday managed to do exactly that. 45. Got himself 3-2 up, piled the pressure on Vandervelde and managed to get that 4-2 win yesterday. But today it's the opposite way round. Vandervelde has the darts and he has to make them work for himself. And I have to say, that is a lovely opening leg. He'll be so pleased to open up with a 14-dart throw, first leg of this match.
Absolutely well said. And
100.
saw Vandervelde for most of the day yesterday being so strong with his checkouts. Arguably what cost him, though, in his last 2 games of the day.
Yeah, the way that Group A works is obviously day 1, you go through the card, you get drawn into the group, it goes through the card. Day 2, it's the reversal of the card. So the people that had the darts on you in day 1 now get the darts on you in day 2. But when it comes to day 3, the order is then slightly mixed to wherever you go into it. And some players will have to start twice. Some players will have to start 3 times. So it's all on the luck of the draw where you drop into the group. Whereas in the other groups, in Group C and Group B, it's all very even. Because it's only 2 days, the draw gets put into place. You go down through the card on one day, back up through the card on the other, the opposite way, and everybody gets the same amount of starts. So Group A is the only one that's different to those.
Steve Beaton then with time on his side, as he could go one better than Yuran from the first leg. Out in 14. Can Steve go out in 13? We're about to find out. Of course he can.
Steve Beaton. So like it's Yuran to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, he didn't want to risk Vandervelde going for that 167. And here we are, 2 legs in. Beaton 106. Really interesting last night, I thought. We interviewed him at the end of the day because he was top of the group. And I really like some of his philosophies. And you ask him, you know, why he's playing, why this is still around. And he said he just loves competing. Loves competing, the element of competing and being around the lads. And so you kind of question when we've seen him playing like he did here. One, why did he give his tour card up if he still likes competing and he's still competing at such a level?
140.
I wish I'd have asked him that yesterday while he was there telling me that he gave his tour card up when I actually lost mine, which was lovely. But yeah, what a character he still is. He still enjoys being around people in the game. And you can see why he's continued to play and why the Super Series is kind of right up his street.
Yeah, he was in great form yesterday when he was speaking to us, wasn't he? Seemed really content, happy. Said he was busier now than he would have been if still on the Pro Tour.
94.
Yeah, but I think it's a more relaxed thing because it's exhibitions and stuff. But here, he's on 81 after 9, 11 dart break. Is it going to be 12?
69.
He has time. Or does he?
152.
Or does he?
Yes. Yes, he does.
Vandervelde didn't actually hit a ton-plus shot yesterday.
Stevie require.
He and Johnny Barnes were the only 2 that didn't manage to
on the third leg.
turn over a ton-plus finish. They did a few sort of like in the 80s and 90s, but Beaton for a breaker throw there in 13 darts. Takes the lead now, holds. If he holds throw, he'll be over the moon here, and he will be pressuring the Vandervelde throw, but that's a little way off.
Back-to-back 13 dart legs then from Steve Beaton,
96.
who's averaging around about 107 as things stand. Those green trebles won't help the cause, though.
Steve, one of Steve's ever-present sponsors has been the Wrigley Group. And I know Rob Wrigley, and I've been at a few exhibitions with him when we've been abroad, and what a lovely fella he is to have as a sponsor. He's a big Man United fan.
100.
And he collects Starbucks mugs from around the world. He sponsors Steve Beaton, and when we go somewhere, he's always looking to get in a cab to go to a Starbucks close by to be able to buy one of the China mugs with the location on it.
Okay. I suppose there's much value. Well, there could be some value in that to be had in the future. Or maybe he's just short of crockery in his house.
Well, I said to him, I said, if you give me, I said, give us your address. I said, I'll go and buy a few when I'm somewhere. He said, oh, no. You can't buy them. I've got to buy them. To be in my collection, I've got to buy them.
So there's principle behind it as well.
Very much so. Good morning, Rob, if you're watching.
99. Yeah,
hope you're well, pal.
130.
Can Vandervelde break back? That is slightly unlucky.
90. Steve requires 79.
Gets the ball to leave tops, but Steve Beaton now for a 3-1 lead.
39. Yeah, you never require.
See, I like that way for 79. I do like that way. A lot of people still don't do that way, but I like it.
Game show on the 4th flag. Yuran
Because the
Vandervelde.
chances are with Steve there, he was only going to get one dart at a double anyway.
FIFA
So
gets
hit the
Yuran
two
to
big
throw
singles
first.
and back
Game
yourself. Absolutely back yourself to the hilt on tops. And he only missed it by the width of a wire. And I don't think there's enough players do that in similar shots.
100.
You know, if you're sat on 80, go and hit 220s and back yourself to get a dart at tops. A lot of people still go the 48 route and say, "Oh, I'm backing myself to hit a treble." But why would you go and hit a treble when you've got a perfectly good shot there that you don't have to?
40.
Anyway, preaching of the day over.
Over? There's a long way to go.
Well, no, over for me. I won't tell anybody what
61.
to do anymore until the next time.
With Yuran's form on the outer ring once again, 100% so far for his two legs.
78.
Here comes Beaton, bouncing back.
100.
It's like having Marmite on your crumpets. It's a must for me. But again, I'm not preaching. I'll leave it to the viewer to make their own mind up at this breakfast hour.
Crucial maximum there from Vandervelde, but here comes Steve Beaton with a max of his own.
Number 103.
He didn't hit a ton plus out yesterday. He'll need to do so here. Can't happen this time.
95. They've required 20.
So Steve Beaton for another break of throw. Double 5.
10. Yeah, you're
Well,
near
that's a slip from the bronze Adonis.
8.
Vandervelde returns for 2 4s. Good guide.
Game shot.
One out, one in.
Yuran Vandervelde.
Simple as that.
Yeah, the Silver Fox there was unable to be the problem in the hen house, wasn't he? Missing his doubles. It's not something we've seen lots of. Yesterday, that was what left him top of the tree. His double percentage yesterday, 39.13%. Smashing, really, over 5 games.
Whoa!
Really good. And now
180.
Vandervelde is putting the pressure on. Beaton on this 6th leg. And I was just talking about how difficult it was to hold this 6th leg when your opponent's really on the ascendancy, having won the leg before, thrown with a bit of freedom. And of course, every player's been in this situation. So when you're sat in it, you know it's difficult to hold the throw. When you're trying to stop the person holding their throw, you know it's easier and you can throw with a bit of freedom.
100. Steve, you require 161.
So both players matching up in this 6th leg.
46.
Once again, that could prove a little bit costly for Steve there. Yuran returns.
The problem for Vandervelde, you know that Beaton's made a mistake. And sometimes you then go a little bit tight trying to make sure that you don't make the same one. This is brilliant from Beaton. 65 is another bullseye.
Oh, that's a 15. Single 15.
The space was there, wasn't it? He was very clever with the first one to throw it to the right-hand side of the bullseye, I thought.
But that gives the young Dutchman a chance for a bull shot of his own. And he's got a ton plus out now. And what a way, what a time to do it. Yuran Vandervelde kickstarts moving day with a 4-2 win over the bronze Adonis, Steve Beaton. Great checkout once again from Vandervelde, 80%. Both players sharing 90 plus averages, but it was the checkouts that was the difference. Coming up next, it's Evans against Walker.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yeah. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Levin!
What a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Vandervelde. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Vandervelde. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back. Match 2 this morning is Lee Evans against Jensen Walker, the reigning and defending series champion, who struggled early doors yesterday, but really grew into the day nicely and arguably finished as the strongest player yesterday afternoon. Lee Evans, 36 from Kempsford. Jensen Walker still just 18 years old, and as you can see there, the Series 10 champion. We saw a lot of chalk being applied by Lee Evans to his hands and fingers yesterday, but thankfully our stage has been hoovered, so there's no chalk stains on the hockey.
No, absolutely. When I saw Evans this morning,
Game on.
down a local bakery that ends in eggs. Others are available, of course. But yeah, I didn't ask him about that.
100.
He didn't chalk his hand, so he was obviously happy. You know, if the latte dropped out of his hand, he wasn't too bothered.
41.
I thought you'd plug the bakery there to get some free clothing merchandise, which they now do.
Yeah, I wouldn't be allowed to wear it here, would I? But yeah.
100.
You're a world champion. You can get away with more than I can.
Well, you'd think so, wouldn't you? But they still come down on me like a ton of feathers.
Nice start from Evans. And started strong yesterday as well.
91.
4-1 when he won his opening game yesterday against Johnny Barnes.
Yeah, he's staying in a little place called Loxheath.
Lee require 170.
So he catches the train down here. from his
48.
hotel and then jumps in a cab to get here to the venue.
This is good from Jensen.
180. Lee Rick 122.
And that's potentially just made Lee think twice here. He was cruising in this opening leg. Oh, that is gut-wrenching for Evans.
106. Jensen, you require 80.
But a nice setup nonetheless.
You'd expect Walker to get a dart. It's going to be at the bullseye.
$55. He requires 60.
So an opportunity missed for Jensen there. Evans returns for double eight. With a minimum of fuss, goes 1-0 up.
Yeah, yesterday he got his transport a little bit wrong. He arrived sort of an hour and a bit later than he wanted to, and I think that affected Evs at the start of the day. I really do. I think that affected his mindset for most of the day.
100.
But you look at his average yesterday, his average was 90.25, and he was the closest to Steve Beaton's average. But unfortunately, Steve Beaton's doubling average was 39.13.
74.
Unfortunately for Evans, because his was only 24.45, and that was the difference. I think if he'd have had his doubling ratio up around 35%, I firmly believe he would be sat there probably second place in the table this morning.
Yeah, some tremendous power scoring, wasn't there, from Evans yesterday?
Yeah, what you can say, he was top of the 180s yesterday, Evans, by a long shot. He hit 11 yesterday. But what you can say, the good thing for him is that Beaton's out top with 8 and he's still on 6 so in the table. So he's only 2 points behind from what happened. So, and Beaton just being beat
60.
obviously gives him an opportunity to go back up there with 8. But then Jensen's in the same boat. Jensen's in exactly the same boat. He started slowly yesterday. Came back, maybe a little bit of weight of the world on his shoulders as a former champion. Last time he was in the room, he's picking up the trophy. And those are the visions that you have as a player from your last time you stepped into the room, all the good stuff. And then sometimes you get dropped back down to earth pretty quickly. So you've got to be careful.
108.
Great effort.
But you require 100.
At the 128 there from Walker. Evans returns for the little fish.
50. Jensen, you require 20.
Now this will just settle things down for Jensen, especially
Jensen Walker.
when he pings the double at the first time of asking on that visit.
Third leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
Jensen had his best win of the day in this fixture yesterday.
97.
4-1 the scoreline, with Jensen averaging around about 96.
96.
Would that be on these players' minds coming in today?
140.
Seeing as though it was their last game that they played yesterday.
Yeah, it can be. I think it can be.
180.
Because I think that was a massive game yesterday for Jensen to keep himself in the mix. Knowing that Lee had been sort of averaging better than himself.
44. $65.
Evans yet to hit a maximum in this one. Jensen already
50. Jensen, you
having
require
2 of his own.
60.
If he can find 2 trebles here, then he really would have been in business.
$60. Lee require
Now Lee couldn't hit
170.
the little fish. He wants a big one.
$95. Jensen, you require 100.
A bit of the old-fashioned lateral drift there into the 5s.
42.
Coin phrased for
The
Wayne
requires
Mardle by the late
75.
great Sid Woodell.
Double 12 for Lee Evans.
Game show on the third leg. Lee
And
Evans.
it's more tidy finishing.
Fourth leg is Jensen to throw first. Game on.
It's 18 dart holder throw, and
140.
if you can finish in 15 or 18, 5 or 6 visits to the board each leg, it's only at the very, very top level will you find yourself losing legs, particularly in
44.
15. If you're out in 18, it means your opposition's got to be out in 15.
137. $99.
Both players going strongly on their own throw in this one so far.
100.
Jensen leaving a 3-dart combination after just 9 darts. Evans well behind. And gets another flyer into the treble 5, not for the first time in this one.
95. Jensen back 124. 56.
Did switch to the 18s. We'll never know if he would have gone for the bull or not.
$136. Jensen Evercoin 68.
But that's a good reminder to Jensen there that Lee Evans is still knocking
Game
around.
show
But
not
once
full
again,
there.
with finishing
Jensen
like that,
Walker.
there's not a lot you can do against the throw. And it's another hold.
Fifth leg is Lee to throw first. Game on. $96.
And the temperature's rising on the Oki. We don't have any such problems here
$82.
in
No.
the commentary booth with our little aircon system.
It's just kicked in. Lee's
55.
getting a lot of darts flying into that treble 5.
100.
I suppose the obvious stupid question is, why does that keep happening?
Good question. I don't know. But
96.
he's obviously rectified the problem by going for the 19, so he can't hit 5s from there.
60.
Going the 7s instead, like Jensen just did. It's very nip and tuck.
$96.
Only takes one of these two to find an extra gear, and that will be enough to take the win, you would feel.
139.
Could that be the impetus Jensen needs to potentially break through? He will get a chance.
25. Jensen, you require 120.
So Shanghai then for Walker. There's the single. Just shimmies himself across to open up the treble bed. Can't find it.
88. The require
leaves it
133.
very tidily as Evans now eyes a 1-3-3. Now then.
88. Jensen, you require 32.
So, double 16 for a steal here for Walker.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Nicely done.
Jensen Walker.
And that's the
Six leg
crucial
is
break of
Jensen to
throw.
first.
Walker now has
Game
the
on.
darts to potentially take out this match for back-to-back wins over Lee Evans.
130.
Yeah, Evans 2-1 up in this fixture. Walker's just reeled off a couple of legs. now has the throw.
96.
Now the 3-2 is on the other foot this time round. Walker has the throw and the momentum.
60.
So you would say that probably 70% of the time, the player on 3-2 in this position would go on and win the leg.
85.
Evans really yet to really find his scoring boots so far this morning.
54.
Which were fitting very snugly early doors yesterday. Powering in maximum after maximum. I nearly queued one up.
85.
It wasn't for the lack of trying, mate. It wasn't for the lack of trying.
96.
Walker on a finish then after 12. Can Evans follow suit? He will do from here.
97. Judge Nick 157. $93. Lee require 138.
Big treble fine for Walker in that last visit. Another one of these.
106.
Well, he's
Gets
left it.
require
He can only hope now with
64.
Walker on 64.
So we'll get at least one match out. He's going to get two. Double eight. That is very tidy indeed from the reigning and defending champion Jensen Walker. It's back-to-back wins over Lee Evans, and Walker is on the move after a slow start yesterday. He's off to an ideal one today. Walker averaging just over 90 there. Evans a little bit behind. Both successful on the outer ring. Coming up next, it's Ricardo Ham against Johnny Barnes.
$54. Charlie require 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least two handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last two darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
jockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59.
Charlie,
Threw
you
the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
George require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Game
Couldn't get the job
is
done.
gonna end the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
If you don't play well, you don't win a leg. You know, it's not, you can play really well and still only come away with 3 legs, which I did a couple of times, sometimes only 1 leg. I think that's ruined me a bit. But I think I was exhausted come the end of the year. But my next game was Van Gerwen. And then as we were playing, and like Vandervelde and Barney and that were all like behind watching the game, and it was a bit surreal. But yeah, the first time I went, I was just like, give me more. I loved it.
Yeah, Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar spoke to Kurt Parry about his lifetimes and career. A Challenge Tour winner in his youth and a 6-time weekly finalist at the Super Series. Kurt Parry's Tungsten Talk will premiere after the live darts today. Welcome along if you're just joining us this morning at the Live Lounge. Where have you been? You've missed Yuran Vandervelde's 4-2 win over Steve Beaton and Jensen Walker's 4-2 win over Lee Evans, as we see Ricardo Ham and Johnny Barnes for the first time today. Scott Mitchell once again alongside me. And how do you think Johnny Barnes would have felt leaving the Live Lounge yesterday winless?
Well, for me, I feel he would be in an unfortunate position. It's Ricardo Ham, 41 from Rotterdam. Second appearance here at the Live Lounge. And Johnny Barnes, 56. I didn't realise he looks a lot younger than that. I'm being kind, from Darlington in the northeast. No, I think Johnny would be... I'm hoping that he's not disheartened, because he played really well yesterday. You know, he ran that mid-80s, 85 average for the 5 games yesterday. And he just ran into wrong things at the wrong time. He was 33% on his doubles. So that's, 1 in every 3 he's hitting a double. So for me, I feel he's a bit unlucky, because people were beating him with a lesser average and a lesser double stat. So I think he's got to not be too disheartened, come in and try and do a little bit more of the same today, and stay as close, maybe up it a little bit, and sort of go to it with your opponents. You know, he's the guy here, but the opponents are now looking at him, sat at the bottom of the table, going and feeling that he's going to be the whipping boy. But for me, if he'd have been in any other week, Johnny Barnes, he'd have walked away with 3 or 4 wins with those stats that he had yesterday. So he can feel himself a little unfortunate, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no doubt about it. This guy can play. And with Ricardo Ham, who
60
recorded 2 wins yesterday, can also be a bit of a threat this week.
Yeah, I think so. I think when he came in, he had a tough game first off, didn't he, where he had his mate and buddy probably travelled with from Holland, which is always horrible. And he hasn't been here for a while, so you've got to get used to the surroundings again and remember, possibly when he was here last time, the players' room has changed.
Game shown the first leg.
Nice little 81 there for a 14-dart leg. Nice for Ham. He didn't make a pig's ear of that, did he?
He certainly did not. It's all very mature in the commentary box.
I like to use the word random rather than mature.
100.
Just because I'm the oldest in the commentary box this week.
Definitely didn't spend yesterday afternoon thinking of more ham and pig puns.
No. As Ham puts his foot to the hockey.
60.
I'm looking good here to bring home the bacon in his opening match
50.
this morning. Did win this game late yesterday afternoon, 4-2.
80.
But again, there was nothing between these players in the averages. And you mentioned there, you hope that Johnny Barnes,
128.
hope that he won't feel too disillusioned. He's not got time to, because groups B and C don't get any easier.
95. Johnny, you require 138. $82. Ricardo, you require 126.
So not this time for Ham.
79.
There's a modicum of pressure applied, though, as Barnes returns for this 56. And that'll feel good for Johnny Barnes. 2-dart combination, dispatched in 2 darts, nice and simple.
Ricardo to throw first.
Indeed. I did ask Johnny yesterday if he was the Johnny Barnes that did the little rap in the World in Motion hit, 1990, the England song. But apparently it's not the same Johnny Barnes, so he assured me it wasn't him.
100.
You did better than Peter Beardsley. If you were with us yesterday, you'll know what I'm talking about. If you didn't, then the John Barnes rap in World in Motion, that famous 1990 World Cup song,
100.
they trialled different England squad players for the now iconic John Barnes rap, and one of the players trialled was Peter Beardsley. And if you do go on YouTube,
100.
you can hear that rap, and it is interesting.
And I promise I won't go into Johnny Barnes having to hold and give and do it at the right time and throw slow or fast. I'm not doing that today.
No.
Because it's done.
That would be immature.
Yeah, and my wife actually mentioned it yesterday and said, "Did you actually do that? Why did you do that?" So when the wife says it,
100.
We've been married for 34 years, so you can imagine the look that I got across the table for doing it yesterday.
Well, fortunately, my wife doesn't watch because
Johnny, you require 81.
As we found out earlier off air, it's a bit of a big day tomorrow that I completely forgot about.
Well, for me, my wife has to watch to kind of be my editing manager when I get home to make sure that I haven't done anything stupid.
Ricardo, you require 125.
Shake of the head from Ricardo there.
51.
As Barnes
Johnny,
now
you
returns
50.
with a really good chance to break. And break he does.
Johnny Barnes.
He's got a bit about him. We said it yesterday. His numbers say that he has.
Full flag, it's Johnny to throw.
And I think actually he's one of those guys. Looking at him again this morning, he's determined to get off the mark, isn't he? He's set himself a target that he's getting off the mark.
100.
And I don't think he's worried about who he gets off the mark against. And I think, like you say, he'd have spoken to people back home, I would have thought,
100.
overnight. And hopefully they've told him the same as we have, that we felt that he was in pretty tidy nick and a little unlucky yesterday.
140.
Because this is the type of form that he's developing.
Yeah, currently averaging mid-90s, 100% on the checkouts.
60.
This is the real Johnny Barnes.
60.
I have had a message from one of my
60.
former travel partners, my dear friend Paul the Cannibal Carter. Thanks for the message, mate. Yeah, we're doing our best here on comms.
39.
It's about time you come out of retirement. We started travelling again, mate. Although, do we want to have that much fun?
Johnny,
15 years on. I don't know whether we could handle it anymore.
54.
For the first time, Barnes can't convert, but he's picked the right time to do it. Ricardo well behind on 226. Barnes will
59.
return.
Johnny, require 8. Game shot on the 4 flag.
He's
Johnny
really
Barnes.
doing the business here.
Fifth leg, it's Ricardo to throw first.
He's going to be a threat in either Group B or C, isn't he?
Absolutely. It's a shame because his game has told us he was a threat in Group A, and I still think he's a threat in Group A for the next 2 days. He really could be the potential banana skin for all the guys that are maybe above him on points. He seems to have a mental ability. He's very strong mentally, I think, and the fact that he's at the bottom of the group, he's now there trying to prove that he's not, and we don't believe he should be sat at the bottom of the group. He doesn't have to prove to us.
85.
We're more than believing in what we've seen in his game.
Absolutely, and Ricardo will keep on plugging away himself.
60.
In Group B, on Thursday and Friday, former series champion Jim McEwen enters the fray along with Jamie Atkins and Chris Quantock in this stacked Week 11. Group C, Richie Edwards, former Winmar World Master Adam Smith-Neal and former UK Open semi-finalist David Pallett joined the party. So there really is no hiding place in the live lounge this week.
100. Ricardo, you require 120.
Now Ham can get himself back in this one. He needs tops for the Shanghai finish.
80. Johnny, you require 110.
Do you fancy Barnes for this? Not now, no. How long do you need to delay to answer? Come on, Sam.
I was just waiting to see if he hit that treble 19 or not. That was a wire bender.
20.
Can I answer now?
Requires 68.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think yes. The way Barnes has been finishing, he'll only get one dart, but that may well be all he needs.
36.
See, that's where you're a non-player. I knew he'd be tight on that dart because he hasn't got a win yet.
Game shown the fifth leg.
That's the wake-up call he needed. But he's on throw now, so he has the chance to close this game out.
Johnny to throw first. Game on.
That's why you're a world champion and why I'm not.
Mate, I had one lucky week. That's what you got to remember. Just a lucky week. And did I think 3 days later I was the best in the world? Did I, hell? I was the best that week.
41.
If you believe that, you'll believe anything.
Honestly.
78.
It was a great week, don't get me wrong. I was signing babies' heads to be tattooed and all sorts, you know.
55.
I even signed a pair of, what's it names? Yeah. I can't mention it on air, obviously.
Feet.
66.
Well, a bit higher, and there were two of them.
Ears?
Yeah. Bit lower.
100.
But yes, I know exactly. Yes. The lady had some work as well.
85.
Yeah, somebody in the gantry has worked out the autograph in place. Thank you very much.
60.
I have to say, it had been enhanced with surgery, and it was like signing a beach ball under a tablecloth.
140. Johnny, you reckon 152.
Moving on. Johnny Barnes needs 152.
45.
And he is just getting a little bit shaky as the finish line is in sight, and all of a sudden Ricardo Ham has tops to send us all the way.
65.
And that is a reprieve for Johnny Barnes.
It's a reprieve for a few of us. Right, Johnny Barnes now then, 107.
$89.
Miscounted a little there.
Ricardo, you require.
Is that where the nerves come into it? Having not got your first win and the finish line's in sight?
Yeah, when you're a kind of flow thrower like Johnny is, you want it to be quicker. He's now trying to work out where it went wrong. Is that the bit now that's going to unsettle him here in the last leg? Because the momentum's now gone from him. And you have to say the momentum's all with Ham here.
44.
Well, with that opening visit, Barnes has the chance to cook Ham here, but he's already got a bit shaky approaching the finish line more than once.
100.
Vital last start there. We just saw at the start of that deciding leg as well, a bit of a nibble on the flights there from the Barnstormer.
100.
You just think, Scott, that once he does get his first win, he is someone that has the potential to really kick on.
100.
Yeah, he will. He'll be off and sailing. It's one of those things. It's a confidence thing. Once you then start believing you can win in a place, then you just continue to
85.
to not fear losing is the point. Once you start, particularly in this round robin style of thing, once you start losing, then the fear of losing then comes to the front of your head, and the front of your brain is where all the positive thinking comes from.
132.
When you start losing, it
Johnny,
starts to go to the back of your
156.
mind. It just sits there in the back of your mind, and that's the negative part of your brain.
100.
And once
Ricardo
again, from a winning
Require.
position, Johnny Barnes is now in big trouble. Ricardo Ham tops
Game
for the
showdown,
match. And the real Johnny
Ricardo
Barnes
Ham.
needs to stand up quickly here. Barnes throws it away once again, once after showing great potential, but Ricardo Ham moves on now to 6 points, level with Lee Evans. There is the tail of the tape. An evenly fought contest in the end, as after the break, it's Walker Vandervelde. Welcome back. You'll be pleased to hear that Scott Mitchell has deflated his beach balls that he's brought along with him to the studio today. As we now see two of the finest young stars this sport has to offer, Jensen Walker and Yuran Vandervelde.
Can't believe you've made me deflate them. Well, you've got to practice these things, all aspects of the game and all that. But yeah, two of the young stars of the game coming up here. Yesterday, it went the way of...
First leg, it's Jensen to throw first. Game on.
Jensen 4-3. And Vandervelde had the darts yesterday, so... I think if I remember rightly, Jensen had a really big last leg in that game yesterday.
134.
Yeah, it got a bit scrappy, this game yesterday. Both players knew it was kind of a
97.
real key fixture for the two of them. Vandervelde was coming into it unbeaten. Walker was struggling. It was a potential turning point for Jensen, who, as you say, Scott, now has the darts in the game today.
100.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you find with the guys of this age that they kind of tend to analyze the game
126.
and be concerned when they've got the darts and when they haven't got the darts. And they'll be concerned whether they win a bull-up, let's say at Challenge Tour or Development Tour. And it feels like a mini victory when they win the bull-up because they think throwing first gives them the best chance. But we've all hit a 45's first throw and turned it all round in a second.
105.
Well, Vandervelde got his first ton plus checkout of the week in his opening match, a 1-2-1 against Steve Beaton. It looked as though he was getting a taste for it.
86.
He will be back
40.
for an early break of throw. 2 10s. Chasing doubles.
35. Jensen require.
And this is what I'm talking about, because Vandervelde then felt that he had a brilliant opportunity to break through. And he tried just that fraction too hard. He needed to throw a little bit loose. You can tell his arm went tight just fractionally, just marginally, because of what was going through his mind. And as he gets older, he'll learn to eradicate that. As he keeps making, it's not a mistake. Well, I suppose it is a mistake.
99.
But he'd done so much good work to get there and get himself the darts at the double, that to then sort of just tighten up a little bit and stop yourself, because that's ultimately what you're doing. You're stopping yourself. It's not your opponent doing anything to you to put you under pressure. You would back yourself with one dart, let alone 3. It's kind of a mental state. It's just not quite thinking the right thing and owning the moment. That was the moment owning Vandervelde for me.
Yeah, he seemed in good form, in good spirits
98.
This morning when I spoke to Yuran. Told me his English wasn't that good, and then
59.
Spoke perfect English in our little interview there. It's almost as though he could have recited Shakespeare. One thing's for sure, his English is a lot better than my
60.
Dutch.
Fair comment.
I've forgotten all the Croatian I learnt on Saturday.
That was amazing, honestly. But to me, because I don't speak Croatian, you could have been ordering a sausage roll. I don't know.
78.
I may have done,
Jensen,
I don't know.
require 158.
If I did, it never arrived.
You wait till I get really excited on this mic.
32.
I sound like Gerald on the radio from Clarkson's Farm. Nobody can understand me.
Game on the second leg. Yuran Vandervelde.
You don't need to understand that.
Third leg, it's Jensen
I don't
to
know
throw
what just
first.
that means. Vandervelde with a hold of throw of his own to bring us back to parity.
93. $99.
Yuran was the man to beat. This time yesterday, started very, very strongly, winning his first 3 games, but
140.
things just curtailed a little bit towards the end of the opening day. He is still very much in prime position, along with the likes
100.
of Jensen
127.
and indeed Lee Evans to make a move.
95.
Jensen managing the board well there, with Vandervelde not yet on and out.
58. Jensen, you require 32. Game shot on the third leg.
Nicely done.
Jensen Walker.
14 dart leg for a hold of throw.
Fourth leg, it's Yuran to throw first. Game on.
He's halfway there.
Yeah, look at those averages. Above 90. Tidy stuff.
140.
We commented on yesterday about how Jensen creates
60.
his dart speed. It's not the speed that his arm goes over. He has that flick of the wrist as part of the throw, which everybody kind of does. But Jensen's is more highlighted than most players.
100.
And that's how he gets, as he throws, it's all in one motion. The wrist goes through. And that's how he creates
58.
his speed of his dart going towards the board. Whereas some people are like dart pushers. And I would say that Vandervelde here, he gets his hand back and then pushes it in a motion
44.
towards the board with a bit of wrist action. But Jensen actually throws the dart for me. He doesn't push it, he actually throws it like you're throwing a brick. Actually, who throws bricks? I suppose a few football hooligans. But I'm just saying that's the type of look.
59.
There's 2 ways to project and to put a dart towards a board. There's throwing it like a stone and you're skimming stones down your local duck pond, or there's pushing it like you're pushing the dart up a tube.
Can't convert.
118. Jensen, you require 157.
The 158 there, but tidies it up for tops. Of all the things you could have chosen to throw, you chose a brick instead of a beach ball.
81.
Well, they don't go very far, do they, beach balls? Especially when you're trying to write on them with a big biro.
Vandervelde once again chasing doubles.
30. Jensen, you require 76.
And this is the puzzling thing about Yuran, because in some matches he's so strong on the doubles, and then
Game shot on the
he's
fourth
wasted
leg.
opportunity after
Jensen
opportunity, and Jensen Walker is now just a leg away from another big win.
Fifth leg, it's Jensen to throw first.
But I think for me, it's the emphasis that Vandervelde is putting on each leg. That's what's happened. So had he hit that first one against the darts,
100.
I think he goes 2-0 and he goes on and wins the game. That's how big a turning point that was, because his tail is up. And because he got himself in that position, he's relaxed now. So he's relaxed now. The 180's come. He's done all the trying. He's done all the hard work. He said, I've done all that trying nonsense. I'm just going to throw with a bit of freedom now. And that's what he's doing. That's why he's just hit the 180.
Yeah, it was the first maximum of the match. May be a surprise considering both players averaging comfortably in the 90s.
54.
And there's just a little half chance now for Vandervelde to keep himself alive in this match. Will need a treble though.
58.
That comes up dry. So Walker in the ascendancy.
59.
but matches Vandervelde with his lack of treble on that visit.
Sean 178. Because you've been throwing at the trebles all the time, I like to go the trebles route and go the 18 with the last dart, not the 18 with the first dart. The new way, it's the new way. You see people going 167. You see them going with the 57 first.
Yes, gets the treble. One for tops.
Game Sean the
That's where it is, Yuran.
Yuran Vandervelde.
Fantastic Shanghai finish for his second ton-plus checkout of the day. He didn't get any yesterday, but he's got the taste for it.
And that attitude when he hit it showed exactly what I was talking about. That he'd overtried for the first two. And what he'd gone through in his head going, well, surely I can't give another leg away. And up he goes, 120. Straight away, one dart. And that's solely because he's convinced himself that he's given two legs away already and he wasn't going to give another one away. So it's a more positive attitude.
97.
And when you start adding it up, he's had 3 big moments in the game and got one of them right.
125.
So 1 out of 2 isn't bad. So you then start to bring the odds round in your favour. But there's no reason why it couldn't have been 3 out of 3.
28.
Well, that's a bit of a slip from Vandervelde. And now Jensen has the chance to capitalise. Leaves a finish after 9 darts for a break of throw that would see him take the match. But Yuran's not done with just
98.
yet.
Jensen Nivok 136.
So 140, 125 and 100 has seen him in this position. 88. Oh, massive shot from Jensen Walker. The 2 young lads gave us a treat there, didn't they? Yes, thank you, Jensen. They know where the cameras is, these kids, don't they? They love it. Looking for a bit for the show reel on Facebook or social media. So, tail of the tape here. 4-2 win for Jensen Walker. 91 average for him. 90 for Vandervelde. His doubling not good. That's what's cost him 18%. We head off into a short break. You've got time to put the cat out and come back and join us for Steve Beaton taking on Johnny Barnes.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
What a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Vandervelde. Time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Vandervelde. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
waiting for? Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Double 10, and Scotland's off to the perfect start.
Look at the head there for Jimmy Van Skiën. Burnett steps out for Richie Burnett, does find double 10, and it is a 4-3 victory.
16 to complete a 4-1 success. Third time in the show, and the Netherlands are into the semi-finals. History is in the making, because for the first time ever, there will be a paired 9-dart shootout. Well, this is the loudest I think I've ever heard in live now, because Steve West is in race again. Well, that might well be the biggest cheer we see tonight. And kicks off for maximum. And I suppose the one advantage of... Well, that is absolutely incredible. Scott Campbell in a 9-dart shootout has found 2 180s. So Scotland and Belgium are into the semi-finals. The Republic of Ireland head for home. The Netherlands are into the final. Much to the delight of this packed-out Portland.
And he only needed one more. It is Wales that is through to the final.
And it's double Dutch delight. The Netherlands are the inaugural international pairs champions.
Only one winner. It's the Netherlands.
International Pairs Week is returning next month, and to get your tickets, dartshop.tv is the site you need to get to, or scan the QR code which is on your screen now, and you will find plenty of events here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth where you could be joining us. Don't forget as well, we have that talk-in with Phil the Power Taylor and Adi Lewis. You can get your tickets for that as well. Pairs Week shaping up nicely, where we will be seeing this man, Steve Beaton, teaming up with Adi Lewis to represent Team England. He takes on Johnny Barnes, this man who has done everything, Scott Mitchell, but win a game.
Yeah, indeed he has. And like I say, I'm sure all the people up in the northeast, all the people around Darlington area will be rooting for the 56-year-old because they know that he's played well. He's been all right. He's not been outclassed in any way, shape or form. It's just now how quickly he can be the fox in the hen house here to the rest of them, because he could shake them all up. And we talk about Steve Beaton being a multi-winner and been at the top of his game for so many years now. I think before he sort of got big in the darts world, I think he was a driving instructor, if I remember rightly, teaching people how to drive. So That should show your temperament. You've got to be pretty nerveless for that, haven't you?
140.
You absolutely do. Straight away, Barnes is scoring nicely. But we've just seen him get a little bit hesitant when the finish line is in sight. And as we said in the previous game that Barnes participated in,
58.
once he gets one,
Only require 96.
more will soon follow. As he has a chance to take out the opening leg, just wiring double 8. Will have time. Steve Beaton well behind on throw. Beaton with work to do in this opening leg.
96. Johnny, you require 8.
One more moving in nicely though.
4.
Too
Steve,
far.
you require 146.
And Steve Beaton, who had his fair share of ton plus outs yesterday, can't find
100.
one
Johnny, you require
so far today.
4.
So this is a big opportunity for Johnny Barnes, which he needs to grasp with both hands.
Game shot
And he
on the
does,
first leg.
with
Johnny
double
Barnes.
1.
Second leg is Johnny to throw first. Game on. 85. $140.
If you were with us yesterday, more importantly at the end of the show yesterday, hopefully you
66.
stay tuned to the Modus Super Series channel here on Pluto TV to watch the premiere of the latest break of throw.
177.
Where Dozer was going through that Steve Beaton silky
100.
action. Which is just a work of art.
83.
Yeah, synonymous
Steve require 101.
with Steve Beaton. You can see a silhouette of Steve Beaton with his arm up, and you don't even have to see the face. You know exactly who it is. It is that recognisable. And there he goes. Another ton plus shot out for Beaton.
Third leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
Done 4 already. That's number 5, the 101.
Already the advantage Johnny Barnes earned by breaking throw in the opening leg has dissipated. As Steve Beaton looks to bounce back from his defeat in the opening match of the show this morning.
40.
When Yuran Vandervelde got the better of him 4-2. Beaton, though, averaged 98 in that one.
100. $60. $30.
2 more spaces left to fill for the Series Champions Week, of course. Who will be joining the likes of Shane McGurk, Jimmy Van Schie, Derek Coulson and Scott Taylor, who are now confirmed
60.
as Group A participants. And Gowlis will be in Group
100.
B. Richie McKee, Saturday's weekly winner, will be in Group C, and there's still some jostling for position
45.
for the likes of Jeff Smith, John O'Shea, Andy Hamilton and Graham Usher.
40.
I see on social media, Shane McGurk has been preparing. He's out in Australia doing a few exhibitions. I did see some footage, I think, over the weekend of him taking on Peter Machin in an exhibition out in Australia. So
on the third leg, Steve Beaton.
He's enjoying his time as world champ, getting around the world.
Fourth leg, it's Johnny to throw first. Game on.
Days of my world champ, I got invited to Skegness. Skegness is lovely this time of year, I'm sure. I went in November. Blowing a hoolie. Clock tower looked like a banana.
$95.
You had a lot more than that, though. You had Country File down at the farm.
140.
Yeah, but that, you know, I went up to Skegness. I wanted to see the guy that's got the donkeys on the beach. I know him. He keeps holding me in social media, the donkey man.
45.
And I wanted to see him. I did see him in the end because he plays darts. I did, even though I went in November, I saw him. But I wanted to meet the donkeys down on the beach.
100.
Did he try and sell you one?
No. Ian Savac said he came to see the donkey throwing darts. That was me.
30. Yes. 92. $41. Steve, you require 86.
I think as though Barnes may be just starting to get a little bit deflated here
Game shot on the fourth leg.
as the
Steve
deficit
Beaton.
increases.
Fifth leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
It is, well, it must be very difficult, Scott, to keep suffering defeat after defeat when you're not doing a lot wrong. He's not played badly.
177.
No, but it's like I said in the last game, you start to end up being the tail end Charlie, and everybody
45.
relaxes when they throw against you, and all of a sudden they're playing all their better games against you, their better averages against you, their better double percentages are against you,
140.
and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. And as you lose game after game, it is very difficult to lift your game. You start to get to the point where you have moments in the game where you're okay, but then you kind of get swallowed in again. And that's all perfectly natural for the position he's in. There's nothing to do with anything else. It happens to, you watch any Group A, and what I'm saying you'll see week on week happens to some really good players.
And just to compound the issue, you have Steve Beaton firing in a 12-dart leg for the match. That is how you bounce back. The bronzed Adonis back in scintillating form to dispatch Johnny Barnes, who cannot buy a win. Steve Beaton averaging just shy of 96, over 50% on the outer ring as well. That was seriously impressive stuff from Beaton. Join us after the break, and we'll be back for Evans Ham.
$54. Charlie require 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least two handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score, leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last two darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
Charlie
Threw the entire body into that one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
And the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series here live and free on Pluto TV. There we see Ricardo Ham and Lee Evans about to duel it out. Yesterday, Evans got the better of Ham by 4 legs to 2. As Steve Beaton currently sits atop of the table alongside the reigning champion Jensen Walker.
First leg is Lee to throw first.
These two tied on 6 points apiece. So something's got to give here on moving day in Group A. Evans has the honour. We haven't seen as yet the power scoring
84.
which really served Evans well yesterday.
Yeah, he's only one game in though, isn't he? So it's all to play for still just yet. But yeah, running at just over a 90 average yesterday, but 27% on the doubles wasn't cutting the mustard, which is why he ended up the day in 4th place.
125.
And maybe when you sit in the position in the table, we're all winners. We all want to be better than where we are. So that then can put apprehension in your throw because you're trying to play to your expectancy rather than actually playing to your like, which is what you're playing anyway. So you try to overplay, and that brings anxiety to the throw, and then the throw starts going wrong. It's all about staying calm here. And I've got to say, when I watch Ricardo Ham, he always looks the calmest guy in the building. He really does.
Yeah. Be interesting to see whether
133.
Ricardo Ham can avoid Group C. Otherwise, he'll be facing David Pallett. So it'll be Ham versus the vegan.
58. Lee requires 74.
I wondered where you were going with that. Love it. That's a bit of a blocker dart, isn't it? Got to come across and go on the high side. This is where you need the accuracy.
Ricardo
and you have to practice that move. You can't just walk up on a stage and throw it. You've got to practice that.
Look at this from Ham. That is special.
Ricardo Ham.
Ricardo Ham.
Second leg is Ricardo to throw first.
Ricardo Ham. That was mustard.
$100.
An early breaker throw. That was seriously impressive. And Ham continues to go under the radar a little bit.
66.
And yet, if he wins this, he moves to 8 points alongside Vandervelde. And all of a sudden, he's just 2 points off the lead. So is it Ham that is making the move on day 2?
100.
What I do know is, from being here regularly or watching from home. I don't always have to be here. I do like to tune in
100.
on my lunchtime when I'm a farmer. We all eat ploughmans at lunchtime, don't we? Yeah, so when I'm having me ploughmans for lunch, I do like to tune in.
140.
Most watch the news, I suppose, at lunchtimes, and I watch Pluto TV and the Super Series.
91.
Just some signs of frustration creeping
81.
in
Ricardo, you're
to the Lee Evans throw there.
60. Lee, you
With
require
Ham only
140.
scoring 60. Evans has half a sniff, but that has happened way too often today for Lee Evans' liking. Just drifting off into the wrong treble bed.
54.
And that once again could
Ricardo,
well
require
prove
90.
costly. And he's gone bull first. High marker.
50. Lee, you require 60.
And Evans gets another chance.
20 for tops, is he? We've seen lately that we see people throw the flatty to keep the flight out of the way of tops.
Game shot on the
Nicely
second
done
leg. Lee Evans.
by Evans. Breaks straight back, so back at 1-1. Yeah, we're seeing an influx of the younger talent doing varying things on that 60 shot out to keep the dart away from top hole so that they can see it and get a clear look at the target without a flight being in the way. We're seeing some people throw to the left of the 20, being that accurate so that they can go for the tops in the right-hand side.
100.
Andy Hamilton is actually one who throws for the 20 under the treble in that position where that dart has gone. The small 20, we call that, so that it's right out of the way so that when he goes for tops, there is no way. But then Andy Hamilton does have a dart that sort of sticks up at a dart that sticks up at 70% at a 70-degree angle. So that's why he does it. We've seen the likes of Cam Crabtree, who have got cars now, Owen Bates, who have been there, and they throw what they call the flatty, where they throw a flat dart. They hold it right at the front, and with the way that they throw, the dart goes in flat or below flat, Taylor-esque, so that they can then see the double top. Me, I think that's all far too complicated. I've got a job just hitting the 20. So I just like to hit the 20 and give myself a chance. Because I think you can overcomplicate things for me. Hit that big fat 20 right in the middle and you can go left or you can go right. But it's something that we're increasingly seeing in the game. As the game evolves and develops, it's
require 120.
Evans now eyeing up Shanghai and again drifting into the big five.
80.
And the annoyance for him is he knows that first dart has to be a kind of safe dart at the 20 to give yourself a chance.
77. Lee require
To let off.
40.
Evans now needs tops. Thought about walking then. Steady on, Lee.
30.
Oh, they weren't
Ricardo,
badly thrown darts
24.
whatsoever, were they?
Now, a bit of body movement in the last one.
12.
Talked to himself
He
there, Ham, and that didn't work either.
Game
The shake of the head behind the board shows everything that was going through Ham's mind at the time.
Ricardo to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, he'd have been squealing at that last attempt at double 12.
81.
since that
45.
148 checkout that Ham dispatched at the start of this game, there's not been a lot to write home about since then.
45.
Which has allowed Evans to get himself back in this game.
$96.
As he himself looks to bounce back from an opening defeat this morning. This is better from Ricardo.
140. $30.
Well, Lee's got some work to do here because those darts drifting in
100.
to the big five are proving costly.
So I've done a little message there from Joe Wheeler, my friend, talking about this dart that we're talking about. He says he runs a darts academy. He said the kids call it a stacker these days, not a flatty.
95.
Well, I'm going to disagree with those kids here because obviously I think it's called a flatty because you throw just the one dart. I thought a stacker was where you throw all three darts flat. And that's kind of called a stacking throw. Whereas if you throw two darts different and one as a flat, it's got to be called the flatty, surely.
Game shot on the 4 flag. Ricardo.
As Ham ties us up at 2 legs apiece. I think it was Sid Waddell, wasn't it, that coined that when
5th leg is lead to throw
Phil
first.
Taylor was throwing the understacker.
Yeah, well, the understacker is like when it's beyond 90 degrees. It's not flat, it's below flat. And Taylor used to do that and throw it under the treble 20 and then put darts on top of it. So I can call it, why I know it's called the understacker because it was under the treble 20 and that's what is used. But
98.
I think when Owen Bates and Cam Crabtree, and I think the person that actually invented it was Daryl Gurney was the first one seen doing it on TV, where all their darts
99.
sit in a very similar way to Lee Evans in the board, and they just threw it so that it went at 90 degrees. So that and he developed a way, Daryl Gurney, so that it went at 90 degrees, so it was out of his way to return to throwing it in the conventional way that he does. So because it's only one dart and not three, I'm going to continue to call it
84.
The flatty, if you don't mind, Joe. I'm not trying to be controversial with everybody at your Darts Academy, and great work with that, by the way.
100.
How many youngsters you've got playing down there now since you started it? I've been watching it with interest. I follow you guys in the Academy on social media. You're doing some great work down there. Continue to do so, as there are many up and down the country who are doing such great work with these youth academies. It's, you know, whether they're affiliated to JDC or Target Academies or Winmore Academies or whatever it is, you're all doing a great job. And even if you're not affiliated, you're giving the kids something to find out which kids are the best. And I can only see the game going from strength to strength in the future with the amount and the Luke Littler effect, obviously, that's going down at the moment.
Absolutely. What a game changer
47.
these academies have been. Providing real solid foundations
81.
at grassroots level of the game. Evans potentially facing a big moment. One dart at the centre of the board.
56.
That's not a bad
Ricardo
effort at all,
56.
but Ricardo Ham now has his opportunity. Which he takes.
Ricardo.
Cool, calm and collected
Sixth
from
leg, it's
Ricardo there.
to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, I think with the youth thing now, there's structure. You're not just having kids turn up and lobbing darts at boards all the time, you know, or each other, but structure now. You know, they're being told and they're being graded, so they're then sort of like playing with kids of their own standard, and the kids are then wanting to better themselves and go up to the next grade, and it's just super how it all works. It's very clever, very simple when you think about it, But to get the structure right is very clever to keep all the kids interested. And there are academies up and down the country that are full, can't take any more kids. It's crazy, but marvellous since the Luke Littler effect. It really is.
140.
Well, Evans just misses out on the maximum effect. And he's in a spot of bother here.
99.
Against Ricardo Ham.
Well, he's kind of dropped off the average that he was doing yesterday, has Evs, so far this morning. And that's put him in a vulnerable position when he goes to play the players who will quite clearly know exactly what he was doing yesterday and knowing that they have to up their game today to challenge him. And
30.
And that's proving a little more difficult for Lee.
Well, Hammer's left the door ajar here, which Evans really needs to barge through if he's going to take this one to a decider. He's starting to get frustrated about all these loose
50.
darts that are going into the 5-bet. As Ricardo Ham has one of his own.
44. Lee require 170.
So he's giving Evans a chance.
Yeah, he's left the fridge door open again, hasn't he, Ham?
$85. Ricardo require 108.
Ham then.
68.
As a match start comes and
Lee
goes.
require 85.
Evans to save himself and take us all away. He'll get a shot.
Game
and he will take that shot.
Lee Evans.
There's no problem with the fives now, Lee.
7 from final.
We go all the way.
Lee to throw first.
None at all.
Game on.
And with that comes a little bit of momentum and confidence for Evans now to take into this next leg. He should open with some sort of ton plus score. And here we go. 180.
180.
I think I played once or twice back in the day.
But Ham is firing back.
180.
Oh, he's got the anything you can do, I can do better. This is going to be interesting.
Well, where has this come from?
140.
We were nearly match play-esque there, weren't we?
It's been a scrappy contest so far, but all of a sudden both players have found an extra gear, hit the turbocharge to try and get to the finish line. This is much, much better.
125.
Oh, this is sensational. Sensational. 56 left after 9. It doesn't get much better than that. Ham on 181 after 6. Oh my goodness, he's on 41
Lee require
after 9. This
56.
is a brilliant leg of darts. TV darts, you'd call it.
Evans then, who has had to scratch and claw his way to bring us level, has one more dart in hand to take the match, and he cannot convert.
Ricardo, you require 41.
Huge moment. And it's the same target for Ricardo Ham,
21.
who cannot convert either.
Lee require 40.
Well, Evans wouldn't have expected to be getting back there. He would have thought that he had absolutely blown it. But he gets back with a 13 darter, which would be a disappointment after the way the leg went to him. But what a great game of darts. Super camaraderie between the guys. That's great stuff from Ricardo and Lee. Lovely to see. Super game of darts. 4-3 was the result. Look at the stats there. Mid-80s is the average, and I keep telling people you don't have to have 100 averages to have a really entertaining game of darts. We're heading off into a short break. You've got time to put the kettle on, and when we return, it's Johnny Barnes taking on Jensen Walker.
Welcome back. Let's take a look at how this morning's action has shaped up so far. Steve Beaton overcame an opening 4-2 defeat to Yuran Vandervelde to bounce back in fantastic fashion against Johnny Barnes. Jensen Walker has been in flying form as well, with wins over Evans and Vandervelde. And Johnny Barnes has been luckless so far. As we see the latest Group A table, and there's just one solitary leg separating Jensen Walker and Steve Beaton, with Vandervelde and Lee Evans, who picked up that crucial 4-3 win before the break against Ricardo Ham. They're just 2 points off the top. Johnny Barnes has been luckless, as we said, so far. But do not discount the Darlow man, the Barnstormer. He can play all right, as he now faces the group leader and defending series champion Jensen Walker, the 18-year-old from Cov.
It's Johnny to throw first. Game on.
But it's Johnny Barnes that has the honour in this one. And Scott Mitchell, is this a bit of a free hit for old Johnny?
I think if I was in Johnny's position now, I would be thinking along the lines of every game being a free hit and trying to find my form, trying to find that win. You know, he's got 2 more games
100
after this one today, and another 5 tomorrow to try and settle himself and try and feel comfortable. Although he's not playing like he's not settled, it must be a really frustrating thing for him. I know I would be hugely frustrated if I was in the same situation.
93.
He's the one that probably needs to have that line in the sand drawn from the end of Group A on Wednesday, step over it into Group C and have a sort of fresh slate, a new chance.
Johnny required 94.
And a new start from 0 and go again, because I think he would feel different about it, knowing the way that he's been playing today and
42.
yesterday. But it's unfortunate, but the way that the group works, they can't all be winners.
96.
Does just go to show just
52.
how strong this week 11 is, as Barnes eyes
On the
tops.
first leg,
That'll
Johnny
make
Barnes.
him feel a bit better. Like you said earlier, Scott, that
Second leg, it's Jensen to
on
throw
another
first.
week in some parallel universe somewhere, Barnes could be sat with 4 wins just off the pace at the top of the table.
60.
Yeah, without doubt. And I'm thoroughly convinced by that with what I've seen from him. I do like his nickname.
85.
Johnny the Barnstormer. Like that. Very inventive.
96.
He's a keen all-round sports fan, is
100.
Johnny Barnes. Loves his horse racing and his cricket, so I'm sure we're keeping half an eye
59.
on the test match later this week. And also the festivals at Galway and
81.
Goodwood as well.
$58.
I know I will be.
I can't say that I've been into the GGs. I know I will be the cricket. There's no 2 ways about it. I do like to watch a bit of cricket. I am a
54.
purist, and I do love the test matches. I think they are the purest form of the game. Although I have been to the 100 and T20s down at the Rose Bowl in Hampshire.
180.
I've even been to a 50 over England game down there as well.
You can't beat a good test match, though,
You
can
can't, but you don't want to sit square of the wicket.
Required 48.
You can't. You see him run in, and then you see him swing the bat, but you can't see the ball.
Game shot on the second leg.
And you can't beat
Jensen
that
Walker.
from Jensen either. Brings himself level in dominant
Third,
fashion.
it's Johnny to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, particularly if you're watching Joffre doing 90 plus mile an hour. Well, my eyes don't go that fast
100.
anymore.
96.
Yeah, better them than us. Johnny Barnes is
100.
hanging on in there, isn't he? Doing well to keep up with sprightly Jensen at the
96.
top of the table. He was a bit disappointed with the way he played yesterday, wasn't he?
Yeah, we saw him before, didn't we, earlier? And yeah, he was disappointed with the way he played. But what worries me that he was thinking about the first 2 games more than the last 3. He recovered
42.
brilliantly, and the positive reaction that he had to those first 2 games. Where, look, let's face it, he was the Series 10 champion.
80.
You know, we've got all the ticker tape for him. We had all the buffering, everything that we had advertising this week was all about Jensen being that Series 10 champion. And that comes with a certain amount of pressure with it. And he maybe coming back in, he was maybe trying to live up to that, whatever it was. But he really bounced back yesterday with 3 wins. And there were 3 good wins under pressure.
Look at this again from Jensen Walker. 136 again.
Jensen Walker.
The champ means business.
Jensen to throw first. Game on.
As we say in the pub, he's back.
58.
But yeah, and this is so for me, I was concerned that this morning he was still thinking about those first 2 games and how they could be different.
81.
And then I've been around Jensen, obviously, with the England setup when he was in the youth side, and
81.
And I know that's how he thinks. That's what makes him him. So for some people, that would be the wrong way to have your mind thinking.
85.
But to Jensen, that's the natural way for him to be thinking. And I think it was at the World Cup in Denmark.
43.
When he won the youth singles and became the World Cup champion, and he didn't feel that he deserved it because of the way that he played. He hadn't played well, and I was trying to tell him that you've won. You've got the gold medal around your neck. Look there, I picked up the medal off his chest, and I'm looking at it going, no, can't see the average on here, Jensen. You know, I can't, and it won't ever be there. The only one that will know is you. So don't let that average that you won with be a noose around your neck rather than the gold medal that he had.
It's just another example then of maybe people getting bogged down with averages, and at the end of the day, like you say, the only thing that matters is the result at the end of it.
Possibly, but with some players, they have the mental ability and the mind power to
110.
To use that to spur them on. And Jensen's one of those very few that will do it that way, that spurs him on to play better. So it's not the wrong way for Jensen.
84. Johnny required 25.
And let's say you're a manager managing players. You've got 3 or 4 players. Just watch this. First sign of disappointment.
9.
And that stopped the second one for
16.
Johnny Barnes there, didn't it? Disappointed with the first start when it didn't go in, and now we've got the eyebrows going, the head shaking.
On the 4 flag, Jensen Walker.
Just needs to be a little bit more belief and positive going for that double, doesn't there? Because he's doing everything else right. But yeah, going back to what I was saying about Jensen. So if you're managing, if you're a team manager now and you're managing a few players and you're helping them out and what have you, with Jensen, you'd have to manage him slightly different than your other 3 players because of the way that he thinks. Because he thinks slightly different to what a normal player would think, and that doesn't make Jensen not normal. It doesn't nothing to do with that. It's just the way that his brain digests the way the game goes is slightly different to anybody else. So you'd have to embrace it.
Well, we can certainly embrace darts like this. Back-to-back maximums for Jensen Walker.
97.
And Johnny Barnes, who's now cutting a bit of a forlorn figure. Now
41.
has to
Jensen
watch and wait. And all that's left to do is shake the hand of Jensen Walker, who was phenomenal in that performance.
Some really nice power scoring combined with lethal finishing. Back-to-back 136 finishes in his previous 2 matches. That was seriously impressive stuff from the 18-year-old. 93 average there, 80% on the doubles. That was mightily impressive. Vandervelde Evans comes up next.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Vandervelde. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Vandervelde. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back. Welcome along. We are live on Pluto TV. Week 11 Group A, Day 2 at the Modus Super Series. Lee Evans back on stage against the World Youth finalist, Yuran Vandervelde. I think it's fair to say both of these two have been maybe a little bit hit and miss so far today, Scott Mitchell.
Yeah, I'm going to let you have that as a fair comment. I would agree.
To throw first. Game on.
I wouldn't have you having to go at me fellow dart players otherwise, but I think it's a fair statement. I think they have been hit and miss today.
140.
There's been moments where you look at it and go, oh, I've done all the hard work here, and then they've let the leg go. So I would say, yes, they have been hit and miss.
125.
That kind of sums it up perfectly from Evans there. a treble 20, a loose one in the 5, and another treble 20.
97.
Or as my dear friend Chris Mason calls it, feast or famine. Not a lot in between.
134. $60.
Vandervelde got off to the ideal start this morning, defeating overnight leader Steve Beaton 4 legs to 2,
140.
but couldn't live with Jensen Walker in his previous match.
Evans is at it again here. 125, 134, 140.
You require 102.
Sat on 102 after 9. Is he going bullseye? Treble 14. The old-fashioned route.
Game
The
shot
double
the
top.
first leg.
An old-fashioned works for me, and it's just worked for Lee Evans.
Second leg is Lee to throw first.
What an opening breaker throw.
Game on.
It's a 12-dart leg. And this is exactly what we're talking about with Lee.
Yeah, you highlighted at the start of the day, didn't you, that Evans could well be the one to make a big move today. And a win
41.
here would see him just 2 points off top spot.
137.
I wonder if Steve Beaton's in the back room telling Lee Evans that he gave up his card. He didn't lose it. A bit like he did with me in the interview yesterday. Bless him.
140.
Always good fun, Steve Beaton. Always good fun, the Bronze Adonis.
And he will be back on the Super Series stage following this match.
$140.
So just contemplating his route here, Vandervelde.
72.
Does leave a finish after his first night. Evans has the chance to put the hammer down, which, again,
44.
that feast or famine
Yeah,
element
like
creeping
152.
back in.
And when it creeps back in for him, he's then ultimately offering opportunities, isn't he, and hope
They require
to your opponent.
136.
So Vandervelde will be back for a 2-dart combination.
100. Yeah, you require 92.
That's a nice ton from Evans. Vandervelde going the safe route for double
Game
16,
shot
and
the
that is
second
very
leg.
nicely done indeed. That was
Yuran
impressive from the
Vandervelde.
youngster.
Yeah, it was indeed.
So look at Yuran to throw first.
Just a little warning shot, isn't it, to Evans that he's not going away. The thing is, a break is not a break until you
58.
hold your own throw next throw. So it doesn't count as a break for me if you lose your next throw. It counts as, I don't know, pointless, I suppose. I don't know.
58.
For me, you just as well have lost the first throw and held your own, because you'd be feeling in a much better state about it to be at the 1-1 rather than 2 breaks a throw.
100.
Although the one that's just broken throw and gone 1-1 would be feeling pretty good about themselves.
$99.
But this group today, as with yesterday, it's been more than
100.
entertaining. It zipping along at a lovely pace and giving us plenty to talk about. Each game is the lovely thing.
140.
Yeah, we came away yesterday feeling really enthused about this group, didn't we? And it's always tricky when you build up a group such as this, which
57.
has such strength in depth, but when it does live up to expectation, it's very nice.
Absolutely, and well, you actually bought yourself a nice Little roll for dinner yesterday and didn't get a chance to eat it. We were having such a good time. You got up to leave and went, oh, I haven't eaten me dinner. Something that's not said very often in the Mitchell household, I can tell you.
All mine for that matter.
170.
So it was a rare one, was it? It was a rare one.
Very rare, my friend. Very rare. That was superb darts once more from Vandervelde, but he may not get a shot to convert. Lee Evans
76.
just wiring the double 16.
16.
Yeah, if he'd have had fatter points, that would have been inside the wire, not outside.
Game shown the third.
Nicely done.
Yuran Vandervelde.
By Yuran, absolutely lovely stuff. And the bit that interested me there was he went for the double 8 with the first start, moved over a few inches to get a space to go down the inside of that dart, double 8, misses on the inside, but then didn't move. He didn't return to his normal throwing position. He stayed where he was, went a bit rhythmic with it, and then nailed the double 4. So very impressive. And that's another thing that I'm seeing creep into the game, that people are moving across the hockey and then they will just naturally throw that last dart to keep the rhythm rather than go and stand in a position they feel that they've been thrown all game and comfortable and break the pattern of that rhythm. They don't want to break the pattern by moving again, because ultimately you end up throwing 3 individual darts at a double rather than having a bit of rhythm and finding or creeping your way in. Good stuff there from Vandervelde.
Yeah, laser focus from the 22-year-old making his Super Series debut this week.
119.
He does remind me a little bit of Joe 90, Vandervelde, from that 70s and 80s TV show. The hair is Tintin, but the colour and the glasses are
100.
A Joe 90. He was if you haven't seen the show, he was a super kid with a super brain.
81. Lee require 122.
I remember it vaguely.
It was the theme tune was very sort of like electro organ orientated. Brilliant theme tune. I can hear it in my head right now.
54.
I'm not going to da-da-da it because that would not be the right thing. You wouldn't get the true spirit of the theme tune. I'll let you look it up on YouTube.
We're giving viewers a lot of homework this week.
101.
Joe 90, Peter Beardsley.
68.
Yeah, well, when Henry's here, it's usually a tungsten teaser, so he gives them homework of a darting capacity.
Game shown the 4 flag. Lee Evans.
Lee Evans' turn for some clinical finishing.
And I like that way for 68 as well. We seen him do it yesterday. The thing is, if you miss the 12 on the high side, you can then go across to the 20 and then across to the double 18. And stay on the top side of the board. You're not traversing too much. Because particularly at the levels that Evans plays and having had a tour card, if you're left on 68 at a Pro Tour, 9 times out of 10, if you get a dart at it, it's an absolute liberty and you've got to get it. And if you miss it, you don't worry about going inside the 18 or whatever because you don't get back anyway. So that's an absolute liberty. So, and talking of tour cards, it's our dear friend Ricky Evans' birthday today. Rapid Ricky Evans, happy birthday, Ricky. We know you won't be watching because you're at a Pro Tour.
Put a message on his Facebook instead as Vandervelde fills it up once more. Evans averaging
43.
around about the 100 mark. Vandervelde 92. So some good quality on display in this match.
137.
And that is epitomised by that visit from Vandervelde, leaving tops for a potential 13 dart leg.
140.
Good visit from Evans.
40.
But it's Vandervelde who is in control now.
Yuran Vandervelde.
13 dart leg on throw.
6 flag is Lee to throw first.
Again, Really good dart match, this. 94 on the averages to Vandervelde. 99 for Lee Evans, and he's 3-2 down.
96.
That's your leg breakdown.
140.
Very nice too. Tidy darts, and there's your averages as we speak. And look, that's how quick your average changes, ladies and gentlemen, from 99 to 102 with that 180 from Evans. He was the 180 king yesterday. 11 180s he yesterday, top of the group. Hasn't quite found those levels yet today.
There seems to be a change of tide for this game for Evans up until
39.
this visit. And that just may be the chance that Vandervelde needs.
95.
Leaves the biggest finish of them all. But Evans potentially will still feel that he has 6 darts from here.
Yeah, but had he had gone and had a treble visit, it would have been an easier sort of prospect, an easier throw. Started 96, 180, and then go 39 after the 180. Like we were saying earlier, you've got to back a 180 up with something decent, otherwise a 180 is a waste of time.
105. Lee requires 75.
So, are we going all the way? Double 12.
51.
The doubles once again bite Evans on the backside. 19 for Topson. He's going to get 1 dart at it. Back yourself, back yourself.
25.
No. Top wire.
Lee require 24.
So then, to take us to a deciding leg.
Game
There we have it.
Flag.
And on we go.
Liams.
Fist bumps exchanged.
7 from
Vandervelde
final leg. It's Yuran to throw first.
Has the
Game
darts
on.
in this deciding 7th leg.
81.
Laser focused once again. But that 81 gives Evans just half a chance, perhaps. That looks inviting.
134. $93.
And Lee Evans has already come out of a last leg decider on top already today in his previous match against Ricardo Ham. Can
100.
he do the same and go double Dutch?
134, 100 from Evans.
100.
This is the kind of thing he would have to been doing at the Pro Tour to win games in this position. And it becomes habit. Even when you come off the tour, it becomes habit for a while. And you have to keep
59.
finding games that push you to let that habit stay in place.
$100.
That's exactly what he's got here. They're both 50% on the doubles in this match. So you would think it's who gets there first and gets 2 darts at it.
130.
Oh, just moving with the last dart, wasn't he? And that dragged it over into the treble 5. If he'd have stood still, that would have been a 180.
Game shot.
Nevertheless, Vandervelde,
Yuran
what a lovely
Vandervelde.
87 shot. Again, a 14 dart leg to win the match. Evans would have had to have done a 12. And you're asking big questions of people to make them do 12 darters to win legs. And you can see him having a good old chat about it there. Look at the averages. 99.64 for Evans. And he lost 4-3. But a nice 95.79 from Vandervelde. And he marches on. We're going to take a short break. And when we come back, we'll have Richard Ham taking on the Bronze Adonis, Steve Beaton.
54. Charlie require 164. 44. 32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
And the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Hello and welcome back to the Modus Super Series here on Pluto TV. The Bronze Adonis there, just having his last few practice darts as he takes on the Dutchman Ricardo Ham, the man from Rotterdam. Steve Beaton still up with the pace at the top of the table.
First leg, it's Ricardo to throw first. Game on.
But it's Jensen Walker that has the leg advantage. And that's what it could come down to
81.
by the time we get to tomorrow afternoon, as the winner of this group books their passage into Saturday finals night.
39. $60.
Ricardo with the darts this time, of course, who's
43.
been a thorn in the side of a number of these players over the past day and a half, and continues just to quietly go about his business
100.
under the radar. And if you give him a chance, he will take it more often than not.
83.
Yeah, the man from 41-year-old from Rotterdam, we've kind of spoke about this yesterday, and
100.
he hasn't really ever had the finances to maybe do the PDO or the now WDF circuit
100.
because he has a
Ricardo,
young
you
family.
require
So where the
160.
ADC is more, well, this is good. Oh, bit of lateral drift. Oh, nice pickup as well. 3 trebles to leave himself the tops. We have seen the 136 on 2 occasions this morning from Jenson Button on both occasions. Jenson Walker even. I knew I was going to do that this week. I did it last time he was here.
40.
Can't wait to record a Tungsten talk with Jenson Button tomorrow.
Game's on the first leg. Steve Beaton.
You won't be able to do one with Murray Walker, so let's get it
so
right.
Against Steve to throw first. Game.
Always do it.
Steve Beaton gets the breaker throw and is looking to keep up with the pace set by Jenson
100.
Walker.
It's better than calling him George Jetson, I suppose. That would be even worse.
Whoa,
cartoon character.
180.
There's nothing cartoon about that maximum from Steve Beaton.
50. 100. 46. Steve, you're 164.
So Steve Beaton well in command, managing the board.
140.
Boo, Stevie. We wanted you to go for the 164.
39. Steve, you're
Sat on 24. Probably a better place to be.
Game shot the second.
And that's the reason
Steve
why.
Beaton.
The former driving instructor gives it
Third
mirror,
against
signal,
Ricardo to
manoeuvre.
throw first.
I'm coming for 24.
Game on.
And with a 13 dart leg, his average is more or less
80.
spot on, exactly 100. And Ricardo Ham is in a bit of bother.
43. 100.
Could say Ham is being
59.
left to cure here, couldn't you?
You could, you're right. You just did.
$22.
Well, he's hamstrung there.
He's being smoked here as Ham.
Oh, we're doing it
59.
again. We've gone down a rabbit hole.
Once again, come out with nothing.
$59.
All the while, Steve Beaton just keeps on going and
180.
going.
$60. Steve, you've required 160. $40.
That's just a kind of a irritating nuisance there for Beaton. Would have wanted a lot more than that, and that just leaves the door open for Ham, who
60.
needs something to
Steve,
go
you
on here,
require
something to build on.
120. 40, yeah. 55. Ricardo, you reckon 120.
Ricardo's already had a 148 out. If he can stack this one on top, not quite that high.
60. Steve, you require 65.
So Steve will return with 2 darts for tops.
Game show on the third leg. Steve Beaton.
Finds 2 10s.
Fourth leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
And this is becoming a quick and painful experience for Ricardo Ham.
42.
what's the impressive thing is, although Steve has been off the tour now for 6 months, no levels have dropped in his game. And we spoke to him yesterday after the group session, and
135.
he said he's probably busier now without a card than he was with being able to do this and all the exhibitions. Whereas when you're on the tour,
93.
if you're not in that top sort of 16 or whatever, you can't afford to miss tour events. So all those tour events and all those weekly events, Steve, and the weekend TV stuff that he's been doing, he's been unable to probably do the exhibitions that he's been doing. So those seem to have kept him sharp, because you play in those exhibitions, and I don't mean this in any disrespect to Steve. You find there's 2 or 3 from the top
137
consonants of the PDC at these exhibitions, and Steve would be playing them. So his levels will still be staying very high. And you can see that that's why he's like he is 6-7 months off the tour after giving his card up, that he's still at that standard. And we're seeing it here, game on game.
You can't believe his luck there.
13. Ricardo, you require 86.
And this is the opportunity that Ham desperately needs to take. It's the ball.
61. Stevie requires 79.
He's so close to taking it as well. You know, if he's missing by 3 inches and not making the 25, you go
59.
That's
Ricardo,
that 79 way that I was talking about
25.
a couple of matches ago. 19-20 and back yourself with 1 dart, because you expect to get no more than that.
17.
And had Ham had a leg in this game, I think he hits that.
1 more.
10.
And how many more opportunities does Ricardo Ham need to get a leg on the board?
Game shot on the 4th.
He takes it this time.
Ricardo Ham.
And after all of that,
5th leg,
it's a break of throw.
To throw first. Game on.
Indeed, but no reaction from Beaton. He's no problem with it. He knows where the problem lied with that. That was him not hitting a double.
86.
Simple as that, and offering opportunities. And let's not forget, this isn't his first rodeo, this Steve Beaton.
121.
I think he's played before.
And that is an understatement.
125.
1996 world champion, 1993 world master. Of course, as well, more recently, world seniors semi-finalist, where he lost to the eventual champion Ross Montgomery.
100.
Yeah, and you have to say that was a sort of a few days of Ross Montgomery's darting life. You know, he's been building up for that for years and years, and kind of so pleased to see him do that. He's a friend of mine, and yeah, he's so pleased for him. He's been grafting and putting the work in for many a year, and then when one comes along, went and won the last one as well, didn't he? In the seniors.
He certainly did.
99.
On this very stage, of course.
The champ of champs. So, bullseye for tops for Ham.
70. Steve, you require 100.
Now he in turn offers an opportunity to Beaton.
That's a decent enough guide. And there you have it. It's a 4-1 win for Steve Beaton, who dispatches Ricardo Ham with relative ease. On another day it could have been 4-0, but that was as comprehensive as you like. That wasn't the best showing from Ricardo Ham, who has shown a great deal better form over the past day and a half. But coming up next is Yuran Vandervelde against Johnny Barnes.
So here we are. Welcome back to the Super Series, and here's some of our more recent results. Johnny Barnes went down 4-1 to Jensen Walker. Vandervelde beat Lee Evans 4-3 in an absolute ripper of a game, and we've just seen Steve Beaton absolutely bombard Ricardo Ham with all sorts of scoring and doubles and win 4-1. So this is how it leaves the table looking after everybody has played 8 games. 6 wins for Jensen Walker. He sat there on 12, level at the top with Steve Beaton. Vandervelde not far behind on 10 points. Lee Evans on 8. Ricardo Ham on 6. And the luckless Johnny Barnes sat down there without a win yet. I'm sure we will see one for him. So as we approach the players having 2 matches left each, 6 games left on today's Group A proceedings. It's that man in shot, Johnny Barnes, who is looking for that ultimate first win. And I just feel if he can get it, he will then go on and get another couple. We have a young man in Yuran Vandervelde who is looking to try and stay in touch with the top 2 and seeking a win to keep the pressure on them. But I said this morning at the top of the show, I really thought there was some mileage in this group that could go right to the very end tomorrow. And I've seen nothing today to change my thoughts on that.
Absolutely. It's been nip and tuck. Just one leg separates Steve Beaton and Jensen Walker at the top of the table. And Johnny Barnes, whilst you'd say his Group A campaign is written on the wall, he's still very much a threat. And, I mean, probability suggests he'll be taking his place in Group C, but he'll be a threat in that group.
Yeah, I know. He's not taking the place in Group C because of the standard he's thrown. It's just the results that have not gone his way, basically. Like we said, any other week, he'd have 3 or 4 wins yesterday with the averages and the double stats that he was running.
96. $95.
Barnes starts strongly. Not for the first time.
100. Johnny, you require 100.
His issues have come when the finish line is in sight. Going tops. There's one of them.
60.
Just going
Johnny, you
wide.
require 95.
With the other. And 95 is not a foregone conclusion. Electing to go a much safer route. Not a bad guide for the ball as he dispatches it with aplomb. Vandervelde back in business in the centre of the board.
And once again, the luckless Johnny Barnes takes one to the solar plexus. That must have hurt. What has he got to do? What has he got to do to buy a bit of luck so far this week? What's he got to do?
100.
Well, that's what he'll be asking himself.
60.
He's having no luck. He'd fall in a bucket of horse manure and come out smelling the horse manure the way it's going. Not smelling of any sort of roses.
44.
And even then, when opportunity was knocking,
55.
He can't find a big treble.
But what I like about him, his chin should be lower than Ditchwater in June. But it's not. He's still got his chin up. He's still battling away.
100.
Yeah, great testament to his character, Johnny Barnes, from Darlington in the northeast of England. They're made from
56.
tough stuff up in that part of the world. He may well have come to Portsmouth Monday morning thinking he's in for a long week anyway, as in with only one qualifying from Group A.
90.
Most of these
Johnny
players
require 105.
are set for a full week of action on the hockey. And Johnny Barnes,
73.
once again,
Yeah, and you require 100.
misses a singular dart to take the leg. And if the first leg didn't hurt, this one very much would. And once again, it's the ball.
105. Johnny, you require 32.
Well, there is a man upstairs to give him a chance to get back.
Game shot on the
And he
second
takes
leg.
it, and this
Johnny
is what he
Barnes.
continually does. Good stuff from Johnny Barnes.
Third leg, it's Yuran to throw first. Game on.
I'm really liking his attitude. I'm really liking his never say die attitude. I think if you're at home, I think we've all got to a position where
140.
we're all willing him to get that win.
When he has
96.
got within inches of the finish line, it's come as though he's had maybe a single combination out shot, or maybe he just needs one that he's maybe not expected to take out, then it just gets it out of the way. Low expectations. It may spring a surprise, and then he's off and running.
96.
Yeah, look at the averages, and once again he's averaging 6 points higher than his
45.
opponent and finding himself still at 1-1.
And that's been commonplace for him. His averages stack up
100.
to the rest of the Group A participants.
83.
Yeah, usually the bottom man
Yeah,
really
yeah,
gets
about
cut adrift on
148.
averages, on double stats and points, but for Johnny, that's just not been the case up to now. 7 games in, it's just not been the case. Yes, cut adrift
Johnny,
at the
you
bottom by
require
points, but that's
133.
it. He's in the mix with all of them.
Yeah. 93. Yeah, you require
So
88.
leaves himself on tops, but will he get a shot? Double 7.
74.
And he can't repeat
Johnny, you
what he did
require
yesterday,
40.
Vandervelde. And Johnny Barnes is back for tops. That's a nice marker.
Game shot.
Yeah, there you go, Johnny.
Barnes.
2-1
Fourth leg,
to the
it's Johnny to
Darlow
throw
man.
First. Game on.
Hello, hello, hello. A bit of confidence now from the Barnstormer.
Yeah, it's first of the day so far.
41.
And look what it's done to the young man.
41.
Didn't really back it up. Effectively scored 2-2-1 with 6 darts. So you're averaging around 110 per visit, which is still good, but it just offers your opponent a chance back in.
100.
And that would have been a disaster if he'd gone treble-less again on another visit. But still looking good. 180 after 9. The dream here for Johnny is a 140 when he returns.
97.
The dream is alive
140.
for Johnny Barnes.
It's alive, alive, oh indeed.
$140.
And that's not too bad from Vandervelde either. 83 after 12. But Barnes takes it in 13 darts. Good finishing again.
Fifth leg, it's Yuran to throw.
Oh, we've seen him in this position before, and it's not quite happened. Can he get it over the line this time?
140. 140. $85.
Well, doesn't have to do it in this leg, of course. On the Vandervelde throw. He won't be thinking about that. He'll just be thinking, please,
59.
please, let me get a win to kickstart my week.
No, he's tried doing it that way, thinking, please, please. He's got to go and own it. He's got to go and own the moment and go and get it. And then on the other end of the scale, because he hasn't won a game yet, Vandervelde's going to be thinking, why are you doing this against me?
100.
But he's a nice young man. Yuran, and he won't hold a grudge. Here he comes. Oh dear.
100.
Going to make him work for it.
Well, the players in the back all know that Johnny Barnes is no slouch. I mean, Steve Beaton referenced it himself in our interview with him at the end of yesterday's play. Too accurate this time for Vandervelde. He'll go for 3 o'clock on the board and hit double six. And this is a key moment for Johnny Barnes on his own throw.
Game on.
He really needs
55.
to take the mantle here and assert and get that elusive win.
97.
If you are watching from home, send some vibes for Johnny Barnes, please. Send some vibes. Let him feel it through the screen.
60.
Well, what will he be feeling if Vandervelde wins this leg to take it all the way? Considering, I only say this because the opening 6 darts have proved fruitless so far for Barnes. There's the treble he needs and follows it in with another. That'll just settle him down in this leg.
It'll settle him down, but does it turn Vandervelde into a scoring machine? Troublous thus far.
58.
Music to Johnny Barnes' ears. Oh, yes.
62.
Oh, no.
Yeah, can't leave a finish after 12 darts, and Vandervelde. Yeah, you always knew after that first dart, which was very appealing, that it was going to be a 140.
100. Yeah,
oh, good last dart that from Johnny Barnes. Really? Oh, almost. But he's going to, once again, Barnes should get 1 dart at the ball.
Come on then, Johnny. Let's have it.
59.
Oh.
Yeah, and you require
So 1 match dart
60.
goes begging.
Vandervelde.
12.
Oh, my word.
Johnny, you require
This is a real opportunity for Johnny Barnes. No signs of nerves with that first dart for the big 9. Double 4, Johnny Barnes! The Barnstormer is up and running finally here at the Super Series this week. And boy, did he deserve that. Johnny Barnes, your Super Series campaign starts now. He's going to be a threat later on this week, there's no doubt about it, and he deserves that. 87 average, more or less identical with Vandervelde, and Johnny Barnes is off and running.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Vandervelde. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Vandervelde. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow.
If you don't play well, you don't win a leg. You know, it's not, you can play really well and still only come away with 3 legs, which I did a couple of times, sometimes only 1 leg. I think that's ruined me a bit. I think I was exhausted come the end of the year, but my next game was Van Gerwen. And then as we were playing, and like Vandervelde and Arnie and that were all like behind watching the game, and it was a bit surreal. But yeah, the first time I went, I was just like, give me more. I loved it.
You don't want to miss this one. Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar in conversation with Kurt Parry to talk about his life and his darting career. A Challenge Tour winner in his youth and also a 6-time weekly finalist right here at the Modus Super Series. Kurt Parry's Tungsten Talk premieres after the live action today. Live and free on Pluto TV, as we now turn our attention back to the current group leader, 18-year-old Jensen Walker, taking on Ricardo Ham, who would have been slightly disappointed with his previous performance against Steve Beaton, a 4-1 defeat for Ham. But
first leg, it's Jensen to throw first.
Before then, prior to that, he'd
Game
been
on.
really solid. Walker, though, has been going from strength to strength to strength.
97.
Some brilliant power scoring combined with not one but 236 checkouts.
100.
Ham's had a biggie of his own today as well with a 148. But it's been one-way traffic so far today with darts like that, which has seen Jensen Walker leapfrog the likes of Steve Beaton, Lee Evans,
41.
Yuran Vandervelde to hit top spot on moving day.
57.
Plenty of time for things to change, though.
100. Jensen, you require 167.
Walker looking seriously impressive here in the opening
135.
stages. Just 32 remains after 12.
100. Jensen, you require 32. Game shot on the first leg.
And there it is.
Jensen
Easy
Walker.
as you like at a rip-roaring pace as well, Walker.
Second leg, it's
He's
Ricardo
buzzing
to
around
throw
that
first.
hockey.
Game on.
And he's such a confidence player, isn't he, Scott?
Yeah, he is, and kind of we saw that yesterday after those first two games. Once he got the win under his belt,
140.
kind of had the confidence and went on. But he is one that
40.
tries not to concentrate too much on what his opponent's doing. And I would advise that to most players. Just try and get on with what you're doing.
60.
Otherwise, you start paying too much attention on what your opponent's doing, and then you don't do what you need to do yourself
60.
to put your opponent under pressure. And that's ultimately what the game's all about. When you talk to Phil Taylor in his height, in his heyday, he would say yes, he could see that
57.
guys were getting to a finish before him, and he put in a big shot every time to put them under pressure. And then when they messed up, he jumped in.
140.
And you saw it time and time again. So he wasn't concentrating on beating the guy or taking the leg off him. He was concentrating on keeping him under pressure to make sure every dart they threw,
100.
there was always chance of having a wobbly arm or a little bit of nerves. And he just built a very successful career off it.
97.
And then the more time you do
Ricardo,
that to people, the more
140.
times you're going to get away with it and doing it to people. It becomes a trend and a pattern every time you play that certain person. So
88. Jensen, you require 164.
Walker then, eyeing the treble 18, and now the ball!
Game shot on the second
164! The
Jensen
champ is
Walker.
here, and he is on fire!
Third leg, it's Jensen to throw first. Game on.
one beautiful finish. Already done the 1-3-6 twice, and that's a
96.
2 treble combination as well before a double. So that's his third double treble combination
100.
he's done today. And you have to say he's getting a head of steam up for this
50.
now, isn't he?
Yeah, he's really found another level today, hasn't he? And we said that he finished the first session yesterday the
100.
strongest, and he's just going from strength to strength.
134.
Yeah, really good stuff from Jensen here. Yeah, he did it at
97.
164, and what did he hit at the end? Jensen hit the button, didn't he?
140.
Have I got you again?
Know full well you have.
100. Jensen, you require 73.
No time to waste. For Walker.
33. Ricardo, you require 104.
Ricardo Ham won't know what's hit him here. Then again.
88. Jensen, you require 40.
That wasn't too far away. Walker returns for tops.
Game shot on the third leg.
No bother.
Jensen Walker.
No dramas, no fuss. Walker 3-0.
Fourth
Yeah,
leg, it's
Walker
Ricardo
3-0.
to throw first.
100.20 on the average. Ham doing no wrong here on a 90 average. But Walker is heading into the distance with it.
140.
You can see there, Walker 102. Ham up to 96.9 with that maximum.
100.
It's good stuff from both lads here.
Ham will be wondering what more he could do. Averaging a shade
100.
under 97. 3-0 down. And Walker is absolutely relentless.
140. Ricardo, you're at 121.
This may have to go, you know.
97.
And Walker's
Jensen, you're at
back
121.
for the same. Interesting.
81.
A sign of
Ricardo,
confidence,
you're at
perhaps,
124.
just going that alternative route.
Maybe.
Game shot on the
Ham
fourth
makes him
leg.
pay.
Ricardo Ham. Fifth leg is Jensen to throw first.
Nice
Game.
work there from Ricardo Ham. And we did discuss how he's using the ADC route and using the more local way of getting himself around the darting world and getting himself known. And he's here as an ADC qualifier, and quite rightly within his own right. Sat around
93.
5th, I think, in the ADC Europe rankings, but and we're told he's in closely fighting for a position here at the Global Championship at the end of the year. So it's clever that the way that he's done it. You know, there's more ADC local to his house and vaults and everything else, and he's using those, but the numbers and averages that we've seen from those sort of local, more localized games, he's way above those since he's been here. And I think the reason for that being really is that the local stuff is over a shorter format, so you don't get as much chance to get ahead of steam up and play your better games. You don't get as much rhythm. So
41. Jensen, you're at
been really impressed with this fella this week. Really impressed so far. We're only on day 2.
54.
Yeah, no doubt about it. We'll be seeing more of Ricardo Ham in the future.
100. Jensen, you're at 160.
As he tees off a ton for tops.
100. Ricardo, you're
Jensen just does the same there. Never really threatened the treble when he needed one. And Ricardo Ham has 1 dart remaining to stay in this game. That was very, very wayward.
16.
Yeah, when you're 3-1 up, they fly in. When you're 3-1 down, they don't. And that's the prime example of what I'm talking about. Thank you, Jensen Walker. It's a comfortable 4-1 win for Jensen Walker. That keeps him at the top of the group. 97.88 the average. And Ricardo Ham, no slouch there. 93.40 for him. And like you were saying, Jensen likes winning. He's top of the table. And he's now saying to everybody behind him, come and get me with that 1-4 checkout. We head into a short break. And on our return, we come back with Lee Evans taking on Steve Beaton.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw the entire body into that one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Guess who's back? Back again.
Phil Taylor here.
Hiya mate, it's your best friend and daughter here.
My best friend within darts. Peter Wright.
No.
It's Kevin Painter.
No.
Michael Van Galen.
No mate, guess again.
Luke Humphreys.
No mate.
What do you think of this Luke lately?
I've heard of him. Good little player.
Yeah. Sorry, I'll go again.
Is that alright, yeah?
Yep. Richie Burnett.
No mate, it's Adrian Lewis.
Oh, I thought you were Keith Daly. You owe me 370 quid, you do. I had you there, didn't I?
Yeah. I was just wondering if you fancy catching up, chatting about old times.
I mean, there's some great stories in them days, because Ady's always cheating. That's why I call him Porky.
Right, okay, oh god. I'll be playing at the Modus Super Series.
We got nothing to lose.
Shall we say Saturday, 30th of August, around 4?
Hey, right, I'll see you in 2 weeks or next month or whatever. See you later, talk. Okie doke.
I'll see you there.
Yeah, you don't want to miss this one. An audience with Phil the Power Taylor and Adrian Jackpot Lewis, Saturday the 30th of August, right here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Head on over to dartshop.tv for your tickets, which includes entrance to the International Pairs Finals night as well. Also on dartshop.tv, the tickets are available for this week's finals night and that of Champions Week also. And in that International Pairs Week, Adrian Lewis will be pairing alongside the man in the background there, the bronzed Adonis, Steve Beaton. What a pairing that is for Team England.
First leg is
So
Lee
here
to
we
throw
go.
first. Game on.
And Lee Evans will get us underway. I think Lee Evans
100.
would have had a bit of a frustrating day so far.
Yeah, he kind of has. He
60.
lost out in his first game to Jensen Walker, didn't he? And then second game, had a nice win against Ricardo. You know, with a
60.
mid-80s average, but he was averaging 90 most of the way. But then he lost out to Vandervelde 4.3 when he was running a 99 average. So it has been an indifferent day for Evs. There's no two ways about it. He's done a lot of huffing and puffing and hasn't blown too many houses down just yet, has he?
134.
And Steve Beaton very much not made of straw either. So it doesn't get any easier for Evans.
Yeah, Beaton's been a bit Ashford and Simpson, hasn't he? He's been solid as a rock.
167. $137. Lee require 137.
Leaves a finish. Leaves a double. An interesting one, though. Now then. He's eyeing tops. It was
97. Stevie require 30.
Oh, straight at it for Beaton. Oh, that's a blocker.
No score. Lee require 40.
The only place left there was in, I think, for Beaton, but it wasn't.
Game shot on the first leg.
Evs up he goes.
Second leg, it's Steve to throw first. Game on.
I think that was a 16 dart hole to throw.
44.
Beaton not the strongest of starts to the second leg, and straight away Evans
100.
smells blood and does get a treble with his final dart of the visit. But Steve Beaton, of course, unfazed, undeterred.
140.
And since losing his opening game of the day against Vandervelde, he has been in imperious form. And his final match of the day, which will be the final game on stage this afternoon, will be against Jensen Walker. So it'll be
140.
As things stand, at least, the two table toppers
100.
rounding
off the second day in Group A.
Yeah, and this is Steve's opportunity to kind of put a bit of pressure on Jensen, isn't it, by gaining the 2 points here.
60.
And going level
Steve
with him.
require 82.
So that should he slip up, Jensen in his next game.
42. Lee require 144.
Oh no, Steve is Jensen's next game. So
He is.
yeah, they would be sat there level on points, wouldn't they? So yeah, it would make it very interesting.
94.
So you could
require
possibly
40.
say that Jensen Walker's a Lee Evans fan here for the next 15 minutes.
30.
Well,
Lee require 50.
you don't see that very often from the bronzed Adonis. A bit disappointed with himself after that visit, not taking out that leg.
Game
And
shot
Lee
the
Evans
second leg. Lee
is
Evans.
there to take full advantage.
Third leg, it's Lee to throw first. Game on.
Steady, Steve. He's broke your throw, good sir.
$100.
Now, whatever happens in this match, Jensen will stay top due to his superior leg
123.
difference. The defending champion really coming to the fore on moving day.
80.
Yeah, he has. He's got himself to the top of the table, hasn't he? And then he started sprinting rather than walking.
180.
That's the Steve Beaton we all know and love. Lee Evans
140.
He's still in control of this one. But for how much longer?
134. $140. Steve Rock 164.
Eyeing tops.
Game show on the third.
Taking out tops.
Steve Beaton.
That was a big visit
Full flag at Steve to throw first.
for the bronze
Game
Adonis. And you broke him straight back, Steve. Away you go.
Yeah, and broken with a 12 darter as well.
64.
Nicely done. And much needed as well in the situation to try and stem the tide and slow the rapid flow of Evans. He was getting up ahead of steam, wasn't he?
140.
He was just starting to get like the Flying Scotsman on a mission. Real head of steam he had up.
85.
I was always more Thomas the Tank.
Yeah, I had you down as that.
177.
Stevie Beaton then.
If I'm being honest, I was more over the engine.
56. Stevie Rock 120.
Well, Steve Beaton is steaming away with this leg. This has been serious stuff. Oh my word, that is absolutely delicious. Steve Beaton,
5 seconds lead to throw
12
first.
darts, back in business, the bronze Adonis.
Back-to-back 12 darters from Beaton after he was looking everything. We thought he was beaten after Evans went 2-0 up.
44.
16 and 17 for him, but Steve Beaton has definitely upped the ante. 12 and 12, nothing to be sniffed at. The average is now
100.
flying. 100 plus. Evans drops just under the 90. But that's about par for what Evans does. He goes up to the tons as well, but he's under the cosh here a little bit.
96.
I do like the way that Lee Evans sort of approaches things. He's very good. He's not up and down like a fiddler's elbow, is he? He's that flatliner. He's across, and then when he needs to up it, he ups it. And when he upped it earlier, he had a 99 average and lost. It's just his day today. And you ask him about it, and he'll say, well, that's just darts sometimes. He kind of sees the game very well and doesn't let it get to him too much.
140.
Well, he's being bombarded by Beaton here, but Evans more than holding his own. Just as I look
93.
at the check of the score
Steve,
there,
161.
the way Steve Beaton is playing in this one,
60.
you'd have to feel that potentially
Lee,
this
require
128 has to go.
Yeah, you feel it does. Good start. Needs this treble. Oh, wrong treble. 85, so he usually comes out for 15s on this one.
52.
Goes 19s this time.
101.
Gets the treble. Gets the single.
69.
Wires the double.
Lee requires
This is a
76.
big opportunity for Lee Evans. It'll only be a hold of throw, but it could prove pivotal. My word. Will not get a shot.
35.
It's a mistake by millimetres and then a second mistake.
32. Game shot on the 5th.
And all that does is let
Beaton.
Beaton in. Now, I love the dart setup of Steve Beaton. It hasn't changed for years and years. But you look at the modern day player and all the kids these days are using over 32 mil points up to 40. And they all think they've got to use long points. They all think they've got to use little narrow darts because you can't score without them. Well, watch this guy, kids. Watch this guy. He's got the nice big fat barrels that you're not supposed to use because you can't score. He's got 28mm points in that barrel, which you're not supposed to use because your barrel goes too close to the treble 20 and blocks the shot. Steve doesn't worry about any of that. He just forces them in.
Well, if it's not broke, don't fix it. Serious longevity in this game, as Evans eyes a maximum to maybe his own disbelief.
He doesn't eye it, he gets it. And here comes Beaton now. You've woken him up. It's your own fault.
180.
This is seriously impressive from Steve Beaton, currently averaging 106.
140.
And we are set for a potential blockbuster to round off the day between Beaton and Walker. It's a match dart.
43.
It just goes low.
Lee require 124.
Evans now to stay alive in this one. Great start. It's the ball.
99.
Great effort.
Steve, you require 20.
Could ultimately be fruitless as Beaton needs to go the other side of that opening dart, but not that far. That is a big let off for Lee Evans, who can send us all the way.
Can indeed. He's got to sort the 25 out. We know he had trouble hitting the big number in the last leg, but no such trouble here. 2 at double 8. Has a little think of it. Stares it out and takes it out. 3-3. Beaton misses 3 to win.
7.
Evans now has the throw. And that's as animated as Steve Beaton gets, I think. Steve Beaton biting his top lip. Phil Taylor bites his flights. Oh, we're learning everything here today.
100.
Strong opening visit in this decider from Lee Evans. Will Jensen Walker be watching on in the back?
Brilliant reply from Steve Beaton.
Oh, look at this now. Lee Evans.
180.
The power scoring's returned when it matters most.
Second 180 of
96
for Lee Evans, and what a time to get it. There is no bad time to hit a 180, but timing is of the essence. And the timing is on point here.
140.
140, 180, 140 in a deciding leg when you're on throw is world class.
105. Lee require 41.
Evans was 3-2 down. And now we need double 16 to win 4-3.
25. Steve, you require 160.
Steve Beaton will give Evans another go.
90. Lee require 16.
And this could be a big moment in the context of the group as a whole, as Lee Evans gets the better of Steve Beaton in a last leg decider. That was a great game between two players who enjoyed plenty of big scores and some impressive finishing as well. Evans, though, your winner by 4 legs to 3. We start our final round of matches after the break, and we're going double Dutch with Yuran Vandervelde. So, as we head into our final round of fixtures for you on day 2 of Group A, let's just take a look at the results that have just happened. Johnny Barnes finally getting his first win of his Group A campaign, defeating Yuran Vandervelde 4-2. Jensen Walker dispatching Ricardo Ham 4-1, looking really impressive today is Jensen. And Lee Evans getting the better of a fantastic tussle between himself and Steve Beaton, who averaged over 100 in that one. Evans coming from 3-2 down to win that one. Jensen Walker now top of the pile, not just on leg difference, but he's got a bit of breathing room as well, ahead of Steve Beaton. Vandervelde and Lee Evans further behind, and Ricardo Ham and Johnny Barnes now starting to be left behind, trailing somewhat. And it's Ricardo Ham that is on the stage now as he faces Yuran Vandervelde. So the two Dutchmen facing off in their final match of day 2. Now you got 3 more, Yuran. There's only one man in charge on that stage. And it is no days off Owen Binks.
First leg, it's Ricardo to throw first. Game on.
So Ham gets us underway in our final round of fixtures. And Scott Mitchell, so far today, there's just
96.
one man that is on the lips of everyone in this building, and it's Jensen Walker.
100.
Yeah, it is. It's been all about Jensen today.
58. 43.
Could be a big game this for Vandervelde, who needs a win to keep himself within touching distance
100.
going into the final day.
Yeah, and always tough when you're playing your fellow countrymen as well. You're kind of together here as a bit of a
58.
team within the group, but then you're against one another up there trying to do the best for you. So it makes it a very difficult game for the pair of them. We know that yesterday this one went
60.
the way of Yuran 4-1.
82.
We have to say that Ham was sort of still taking it all in, the new atmosphere, wasn't he?
$57. Ricardo requires 78.
Ham will have first poke at a double here. Just the one for tops.
38.
Not a bad effort. And Vandervelde now
130.
needs a 3-dart combination to get the first leg on the board. Not this time. Ham will return.
65. Ricardo requires.
I think the blow of the cheeks was a sign of he wasn't happy with that dart going underneath the other for the treble 20.
On the first leg.
Totally the opposite
Ricardo
feeling
Ham.
for Ham there. Blow of the cheeks from him. He was happy that that one went under his first
Second
dart.
leg is Yuran to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, 1 out, 1 in for Ham.
96.
Who, were he to get the win,
85.
would move alongside his fellow countrymen. So still plenty to play for.
60. $95.
And you do want to stay tuned to us here at the Modus Super Series. Our final match of the afternoon will
24.
be first against second, which kick-started the whole Group A campaign
96.
yesterday morning. Jensen Walker and Steve Beaton, with a bit of Johnny Barnes and Lee Evans to immediately follow this match.
135. $100.
Okay, Vandervelde still with a bit of work to do.
$64. Ricardo, you reckon
I suppose he has the unwanted record of the only man to have been defeated by Johnny Barnes so far today. What an outshot this would be.
100. Yeah, you reckon 122.
But Vandervelde responds.
97. Ricardo,
Wiring
you
the ball.
require 25.
So Ham returns
Game shot on the
and doubles
second leg.
his advantage.
Ricardo Ham. Third leg, it's Ricardo to throw first. Game on.
He does indeed. It's Ricardo Ham mounting an assault on thoughts of getting in Group B by the end of tomorrow.
60. $100.
Heading into this final round of fixtures.
41.
In comparison to what we saw yesterday, the likes of Ham and Barnes have actually
60.
averaged lower than what they did yesterday, but of course Johnny Barnes won't care one single bit about that, because today he finally got his win as Ham
180.
fills it up. And Vandervelde is under the cosh here.
137. 125.
Yeah, had options with the last dart, and obviously the best option is a treble 20, and he achieved it.
180. Recorded 195.
So Ham then going double, Ricardo Ham.
Ricardo Ham.
How about that? Ham's on a roll.
Game on.
Sorry, viewers, you can't just see me shaking my head here at my microphone.
Shaking your head with the stuff you've come out with today.
I know, I can't believe I didn't think of that one.
100.
Vandervelde responds once again and gets another maximum. Vandervelde
60.
will be in the market for some Mario Balotelli merchandise. The why always me if things carry on. Losing to Barnes and now getting
57.
rolled by Ham.
$59.
Yeah, say Vandervelde here is really getting smoked.
60.
We're going to end up being roasted in here.
What, by Ham?
Yeah.
$100. Yeah, you never quite.
Not quite sure about the levels of English Ham possesses, but I'm hoping for our sake it's not as good as Vandervelde, who just goes narrowly low for a Shanghai finish, which would have really put a spring back in his step and got himself back into this game.
140. Yeah, you never quite 20.
Well, that puts pressure on the situation, and now it's gone 2.
Game.
Oh, he did it right. He did it right. If he goes 2 and wastes a dart there and misses, he would have been under some scrutiny. But nicely done by Vandervelde.
140.
Yet still,
40.
Ricardo Ham going about his business quietly, consistently. And as this Group A develops, and we'll obviously know more throughout the day tomorrow, the final day of Group A, before we split 2 groups B and C, you'll see those 2 other groups for the rest of the week really become really difficult puzzles to solve.
Yes, agreed. But
recorded 157.
He's not going away here, but still finds himself 70 adrift. 78 left, probably the 18s route.
97.
Vandervelde could use another just to send Ham a reminder, as Ham now will only have 1 match dart. Takes a second just to gather himself.
40.
And Ham has blinked
yeah,
there.
Require 81.
He kind of has, and double 13.
68.
Oh, width of a wire.
Ricardo, you require 20.
Ham then. Oh, he's
18.
just getting a little bit edgy
30.
at the finish line. And Vandervelde has a real opportunity to break the Ham throw and get himself back into this game, which he has done.
He has indeed still got some work to do, mind you.
Game on.
It's how Ham reacts. Yes, a bit of a flick to the head from the finger. As if to say, stop thinking.
96.
But as with yesterday, what I've seen from this guy,
100.
he has a little bit more than his ADC Europe average would suggest.
140. 81.
Maybe just a bit of sign of fragility there from Ham, just sort of assessing every single dart thrown in that last visit, saving
95.
himself with the third. Vandervelde can sense a real opportunity.
170. 90.
Has to manoeuvre across.
100. Yeah, you never quite.
Leaves himself
80.
the old Shanghai, but Vandervelde now with no chance
40.
to win the leg
Ricardo,
following
you
that
require
bounce out.
120.
Very unlucky. Talking to himself, another dart tops to win it, and he takes it. Ricardo Ham. Absolutely, my friend, absolutely. That's relief when you react like that. It's obviously for somebody. The bracelet's from somebody's a gift, but he wins it 4-2 over Yuran Vandervelde. 88 is his average, 87. Tight old game, that one. We take a short break, and we're back with our penultimate game. It's our recent winner, Johnny Barnes, taking on Lee Evans.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Vandervelde. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Vandervelde. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Welcome back. Penultimate game of day 2 of Group A is Johnny Barnes against Lee Evans. Johnny Barnes finally picking up that elusive win in his previous match against Yuran Vandervelde. Meanwhile, in Lee Evans' previous match, he got the better of Steve Beaton in a last leg decider to keep him up with a chance of qualifying from Group A, where Jensen Walker is the current frontrunner, and he faces second place Steve Beaton in our final match
First leg
this
is Johnny to
afternoon.
throw first. Game on.
Johnny Barnes has the darts in this one. And now he's got that elusive win, that monkey off his back.
140.
Could we really start to see the best of Barnes?
I see no reason. Opened up with a 140 as well, with his newfound confidence.
125.
I hope he wants to see anybody go through a group without a win, particularly when they're looking like winning every game they play.
123.
So there was a bit of an applause in the gallery. We were over the moon for him up here.
Yeah, it was nothing against Yuran Vandervelde, was it? It would have been the case, whomever he was playing.
45.
Just because, like you say, no one likes to see anyone suffer. And Barnes has been put through the ringer over the past day and a half. So it was nice to see him finally get that win.
Yeah, nice to see him let a bit of stress out as well afterwards. A bit of celebration when he came off the stage. Lovely jubbly.
40. Johnny, you're 117.
He's well ahead in this opening leg. Evans
57.
yet to really get going. Disgusted with that first dart, wasn't he?
93. Johnny
Saves the visit with the treble 18. But Johnny Barnes now has 2 darts at tops.
Game shot on the first leg.
And only
Johnny
needs
Barnes.
the one. Is this the real Johnny Barnes?
Second leg is Lee to throw first. Game on.
You have to say it does look to be, doesn't it?
$57.
Really was a huge result for Lee Evans in his previous match. But it was a huge win, not just for Lee himself, but also for Jensen Walker as well. Which gave the 18-year-old breathing space at the top of the table as things stand.
Yeah, nice win for the Barnes faithful as well, who will be tuning in and wishing him well.
$46.
Evans yet to really click into gear and is just maybe tightening up in the old arm a little bit there. It's
97.
potentially maybe overthinking things a little bit.
Yeah, possibly.
There you go. I'm taking credit for this.
140.
Cursed him out of his little mini rut there, and he's back with a ton 40.
44. Lee, you require 118.
So single 18, dart at tops. Another ton plus topper goes again. And another one goes against Johnny Barnes.
Third leg is Johnny to throw first. Game on.
Well, if he hadn't have clicked into gear before, he
45.
certainly has now, Lee Evans.
Yeah, 4
54.
ton plus finishes for him over the last couple of days. A 126 and a 115 yesterday. Backed up with a 102 and a 118 today.
100. $95.
Yeah, one thing that we haven't been short of over the past 2 days is ton plus
60.
outs. In fact, there's been a total of 20. Scratch that, 21. Due to that 118 from Evans in the previous leg.
It's okay, mate. I know you didn't make the mistake. It was them down in the dungeon. I can hear them telling you in your ear.
Well, it's not like me to throw anyone under the bus.
I will. Just gotta find
Producer Robbie.
Yeah. Just got to find a big enough bus.
95.
No, I jest. Absolute wizard with all the stats and facts.
44.
Look at this from Johnny Barnes.
139.
So Evans just taking a bit of time just to re-chalk, blow the old fingers.
85.
But still,
Johnny, you require 62.
the odd stray into the big five, which has been a thorn in Evans's side.
Game
As Johnny Barnes maintains his 100% record on the outer ring to move 2-1 ahead.
Full flag, it's Lee to throw first.
Just goes about his stuff, doesn't he, Johnny Barnes? How can you not like the man? I love the way he does it. Honestly, keeps the game very simple.
57.
Not interested in watching what the other player is doing. It's all about himself, all about what he does.
100.
Yeah, it would have been a test of character as well, wouldn't it, over the past day and a half, with just having to go back to that players' room after every game, after every defeat, with
95.
not doing a lot wrong in each of those losses. But it just shows how resilient Johnny Barnes has been.
140.
I kind of have to just reiterate what Steve was saying last night in his interview at the end of the session yesterday afternoon, that he said it is a great bunch of lads out the back, and we sort of touched on it yesterday, that here at the Super Series,
36.
when you're at a normal tournament, you sit with your mates on a different table and what have you. Here, there are just 6 people sat in the back room, sort of like kept away from everybody else in the building. You come from that back room, you play, you go back into the back room, and you sit with people that you would never usually sit with. They would be on another table with another bunch. And I have to say, you know, you create new friends here. And Steve is saying 46. This is a great bunch, and you've got the scale right across here in the room today. A couple of younger lads, some new lads to the scene, some people like Evs, you know, and Beaton, who have been around the block and been to the very top of the game at the Pro Tours. And Johnny Barnes has obviously not just started picking up a dart yesterday. He has vast experience in the game as well. And they must get out the back chatting about all sorts of things, because they're all coming out and playing well as well. So nobody's obviously winding each other up or getting up each other's nose. They're all having a good time out the back, and that does reflect on the board.
Evans then with 2 trebles for double 5. Another ton plus 8. That's the 22nd of the week so far.
It's Johnny to throw first. Game on.
That's his highest of his 5. 130 there for Evans. Once again, it's against poor old Johnny Barnes.
It was a wry smile there, wasn't it, from Barnes as that double five went in.
129.
Whatever Barnes
85.
seems to do, he just can't shake off the efforts of Lee Evans.
Yeah, Jensen Walker earlier had a
85.
136 against Johnny Barnes.
$100.
Yeah, Vandervelde had a 95. He didn't quite make the ton.
100.
But he had a nice 95 finish against him as well. So
126. Lee Rock 147. $57. Johnny Rock 96.
Now then, double nine.
78.
That's the first
Lee
time
require 90.
we've seen the clean, crisp finishing, deserting Johnny Barnes. And Evans now has a real big opportunity to get a crucial break. And once again, it'll be for double five, which he finds yet again. Johnny Barnes cannot believe his luck.
Sixth leg is Lee to throw first.
he did see the funny side of that, but I would be raging.
Game.
I would have been absolutely raging. I'd be at this point wanting to belt my head first straight through that board on that wall like a bull in a china shop. You start to think, what's going on here? Why is everybody picking on me?
Well, maybe it'll be those in Group C that will
78.
feel the wrath of the Barnes Stormer.
I think you're absolutely right. He could. And he deserves a bit of luck as well. Come on, he deserves a bit of luck. If he hadn't been getting any bad luck with these big shots, he'd be getting no luck at all.
95.
Evans yet to miss a dart at double in this match.
58.
Checkouts of 118, 130 and 90 for his three legs.
60.
Has put him in pole position to round off his day with some real big back-to-back wins.
Yeah, and the frustrating thing for Barnes is, once again, he's running a 90 average. Evans is 85. And it's Evans that's having the shot outs. And still only running an 85 average.
44.
Just contemplating his options. Finds the 57. And
60.
Barnes is
Here you require 100.
up against the barn door with Evans now back for 108. 2/3 of the way there. And for the first time,
Johnny, you require 164.
Evans cannot find a double. And Johnny Barnes needs the ball. He's taking a step back. Is that a good idea?
130.
So close, but he finds the funny side of it.
32.
He'd have been believing that that was going to go.
Game.
And it's Lee Evans that closes us out with a 32. They both have a wry smile and a chat with one another. Camaraderie in the back room's good to see. That's what we want here at the Modus Super Series. Good stuff from those two. Look at the averages. Johnny once again just under 90, but punished with an 84 from Lee Evans. 66% on the success rate. That was the tail of the tape of the 4-2 win. We come up with our last game of the day. It's Steve Beaton taking on Jensen Walker after the break.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Got
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got it, the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Good things come to those who wait. And if you've been with us all day on moving day here in Group A, then you are now in for a real treat. The two at the top of the table, Jensen Walker and Steve Beaton, set to face off and see who will be the overnight leader going into the final day of Group A tomorrow. No two ways about it. Jensen Walker's been on fire today. The reigning champion, Series 10 winner, of course.
Steve to throw first.
But it's Steve Beaton, the bronze Adonis, who was the overnight leader last night to get us underway in our final match this afternoon.
$43. 99.
Jensen can guarantee top spot overnight with just
96.
2 legs. He won't be thinking about that though. He'll be wanting to get the win to put real distance between himself and the chasing pack.
100.
This was the first match of the week yesterday, with Steve coming out a 4-2 winner. Jensen did start slowly, but Steve Beaton always has shots like that in his locker.
138, Steve. You
As he
require
returns
36.
for double 18. And just like clockwork, works his way inside and gets it at the final attempt.
Second leg, it's Jensen to throw first. Game on. $72. $100.
Straight back into the tons.
60.
There's no two ways about it. It's been Walker's day. Whatever happens in this match, a combination of some real big scoring and some exquisite
100.
ton plus finishes, not least that 1-6-4 out against Ricardo Ham earlier.
Yeah, really found
96.
his feet, hasn't he, today? Really flowed. And I just, while I let you do the first leg there, I was just going through
83.
a few of Jensen's stats from his last game yesterday. He's done a 90 average. So 5th game yesterday, he did a 96. And he's gone through the day so far, 4 out of 4 with a 90 plus average. So that's 5 on the trot, which is pretty impressive by any means. And looking at Steve Beaton here, he's going to have to do another one to get close.
Steve, you require
He certainly is. As Steve Beaton elects to split,
second leg.
drawing on all of that experience. Didn't want anything to do with that double 19.
Game on.
And goes 2 up over the group leader.
Goes 2 up and running 103.66 on the averages.
He did do that in his previous match, of course, didn't he? But ultimately
55.
didn't get the better of Lee Evans in that last leg shootout. And was 3-2 up in that game. So the Bronze Adonis will be hoping to avoid a similar scenario. But Jensen Walker is back in the 180 club.
Yeah, super stuff from our table topper.
93. $59.
I keep referring back to that interview with Steve yesterday. He did say on the importance of wanting to get a couple of days off, didn't he, and winning Group A.
Well, he's desperate to tour the South Coast.
Steve, requires 75.
As he eyes 75, he'll go 18. And he'll go tops.
35. Jensen, you require 100.
Now, this is a big moment. Jensen Walker gets the treble, gets the single, and it's a good guide for the double.
76.
But misses.
Steve, you require 40.
And that's a big moment that comes and goes, and now the reigning champion has it all to do.
4th leg, it's Jensen to throw first.
And the other thing that's happening here also is that Steve Beaton is helping his legs difference
41.
up against Walker as well.
Yeah, as mentioned, Walker needs 2 legs to confirm his place at the top of the table overnight. And as things currently lie,
46.
it will be Steve Beaton that once again top the table overnight.
60.
Jensen's not done with.
135.
No, Jensen's never done with. I can tell you that now. He won't go away.
104.
Seems to be an air of determination, though, from Beaton. Just
59. Steve
doing that world-famous Beaton strut. As he looks
97.
to wrap this one up in real quick fashion.
60. Steve, you require 64.
And Walker can't really do anything about this. And Steve Beaton needs double 4 for a
60.
whitewash.
Jensen, you require 160.
Jensen's on the ropes, but can drag himself off. Not like that, unfortunately,
26.
for Walker.
Steve, you require 4.
And that is a whitewash victory for Steve Beaton, who maintains his spot at the top of the Group A table. It looked very unlikely throughout this day. Jensen Walker has been fantastic up until that last game of the day. Walker just managing a 78 average. Steve Beaton, 97. Superb performance from the Bronze Adonis. Scott and I will be analysing all today's action after this.
Simply have to come and join us when you can here at the Modus Live Lounge. Tickets available on all of our events, open to the public at dartshop.tv. Now, it's the end of day 2, moving day in Group A, and it was looking as though it was going to be Jensen Walker's day, but Steve Beaton showing the youth who's boss once again with that rousing 4-0 defeat of young Jensen there. Before then, we saw some really good displays from Ricardo Ham, and don't forget as well, Johnny Barnes finally getting off the mark as well. Let's take a look at how the table shapes up. And there we have it, Steve Beaton, your leader once again overnight, just on leg difference. Jensen Walker on the same points, but trailing by those 3 elusive legs. And Lee Evans now coming into play as well, just 2 points off top spot, with Yuran Vandervelde just falling down slightly after a couple of disappointing results. Scott Mitchell is alongside me. How do you sum up moving day?
There was a bit of movement. I think that's the way to say it. Steve Beaton has ended up at the top, but he hadn't. He dropped down and then come back up. So there was a bit of movement for him. He lost out on a couple of games, one to Vandervelde and one to Lee Evans. So he won just the 3 games today, and he battled so hard to make sure that he won those 3. But all the time that was going on with him, Jensen Walker had a head of steam up. He was doing 90 averages for fun from his last game yesterday, and only failed to hit a 90 average today in that last game against Beaton, who for the majority of it ran 100 average to say, hey young man, I'm still here.
Yeah, Steve Beaton, who we spoke to just 24 hours ago in this very studio, he was loving life, and it's been sort of more of the same from him today.
Yeah, it has. He hasn't let sort of like a defeat get him down. He hasn't let it sort of... Today also with Steve, he's only had 2 games with the darts. So he's had 5 games today, but 3, the way that the draw works, means that he didn't have the darts today. So he was up against it a little bit today. And two of the ones he lost were both against the darts. So that kind of does change things a little if somebody's going to go toe-to-toe with you. But no, he'll be over the moon to be back on top, even with the legs difference. He's done well to achieve that from where he was.
We mentioned that final match of today's session between Beaton and Walker. Coming into that one, Walker was just simply electric with some real power scoring combined with some seriously big checkouts.
Yeah, absolutely. He's been more than capable. And I honestly thought the way that he was playing and the momentum he had, and Steve having lost a couple of games, I thought he was going to give Steve a real problem. But, you know, after 2 legs, you know, Beaton was running 103 against Jensen. And, you know, Jensen's going to find that in his darting career, that this is going to happen now and again. And sometimes, again, he's still learning. He's still such a young man. We're talking about him like he's been in the game for years and years. Yes, he has at a youth level. He's only been out into the adult level for sort of 6 or 8 months. And I'm still very impressed with what I'm seeing from Walker, though.
Yuran Vandervelde's had a bit of a muddling day, let's say. He, again, starting off relatively strongly, but he's the man that Johnny Barnes got the win against, and then it kind of fell from there for Yuran. It
did, and then he had a game where he kind of lost out, having started so well, and turned that one into a win against Beaton. So then Johnny Barnes got him, and then he fell by the wayside against Ricardo Ham as well, didn't he? So, yeah, it's been an indifferent day for him. He'll be disappointed with the way it ended. When it started, he'd have been happy, but he just wasn't running the averages of yesterday. So that's what's seen him sort of tumble a little bit.
Lee Evans was your pick to potentially make that decisive move towards the top end of the table today. It's not quite happened, but he's not far off.
No, not at all. He's only jumped 1 place, but of course, he's only 1 win behind the others in front of him. He's on 6 out of 10, and where the others are on 7 out of 10. So he knows from the position that he's in. If he can have a good day tomorrow, he starts winning 4 tomorrow, and the top 2 are 2 that he beats, then he's really in the mix still.
2 players that probably aren't in the mix to win Group A, but could well be threats towards the end of the week are Ricardo Ham and, of course, good old Johnny Barnes, who finally got off the mark today. You were over the moon for him when he finally got that elusive win.
Because he hasn't done a great deal wrong. I mean, what little he has done wrong, to be punished so severely, it's just the way the game goes sometimes, and you have to play your way through it. He kept going, and he's probably, that one win has probably shown more character, and he's had to work harder for that one win than probably any other match that he's won in his life, because the mental state of being here in front of the cameras and it was just going on and on and on that he wasn't winning games. So that was probably one of the hardest games he'll ever win in his life. And then he came out and looked like the weight was off his shoulders, played well again, but was unfortunate again, which seems to be the way. So I'm looking forward to how it's going to be Group C for him now, I would say. But I'm looking forward how they draw a line under the sand for Johnny, and he steps over it, starts on 0 again in a new bunch, and I think we could see him do something in Group C.
Scott, thank you very much for your company as ever. It's been another fun-filled day with you in the comms box. Let's just quickly take another look at that Group A table with one more session left to go tomorrow, of course, and Beaton and Walker neck and neck. But looking towards the bottom end of that table, as we just mentioned there, Ricardo Ham, Johnny Barnes, Yuran Vandervelde, and of course Lee Evans could be some seriously threatening players as we move on into Thursday and Friday's Group C and B sessions. Stay with us on the Modus Super Series channel. Coming up, we have the premiere of the Tungsten Talk with Kurt Parry, Paul Nicholson and Matt Edgar, quizzing Parry there on his life and times and his darting career, followed by the story of the legend Paul Lim. And then Scott and I are back live with you tomorrow morning at 9:30 for the culmination of Group A. And you can join us here Saturday night on Finals Night. Tickets, dartshop.tv. And of course, live on Pluto TV. Saturday night, 7:30. Well, it's been moving day here. It looked as though it was going to be Jensen's day, but Steve Beaton has shown the youth just who's boss. See you tomorrow.
What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes, and the target is...
And that was
And it comes on Finals Night, and it's a knockout player. Dirty
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
What a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Vandervelde. Time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Vandervelde, and the new Modus Super And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!